the music as much as we did and danced along. Hello, everybody out there on the Zoom, on the live stream. I see the numbers are increasing. Hello, Marcel. You all know Marcel Raz, of course. He's the Digital Preservation Program Manager of the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, and he was the General Chair of last year's IPRES in Amsterdam.
So hello everybody, and hi Barbara. I can't see everyone in one screen anymore, so a lot of people still coming in. So let me introduce you shortly as well, Barbara. Barbara Signori is head of eHelvetica at the Swiss National Library, and of course she was the general chair for the IPRES 2016 that took place in Bern.
Yeah, so welcome. A very, very warm welcome to all of you to this first and perhaps or hopefully one and only ever We Miss IPRES.
Yeah, so welcome to all of you. But what is We Miss IPRES? Well, We Miss IPRES, it's not a conference. It's not even an IPRES conference. It's a festival. And it's an informal get-together. It's a celebration of IPRES and of the digital preservation community. But why this We Miss IPRES, Barbara?
Well, that's easy, isn't it? Because we really do miss IPRES, don't we? I mean, I think it was earlier this year when IPRES 2020, which was actually, I mean, it should be happening this week, right? We would all be in Beijing at the IPRES conference, but it was postponed to 21 for the reasons we all know, and I don't have to repeat. And Marcel and I had a chat and we were talking to each other and saying, you know, how much we are going to miss the IPRES conference this year. And I think that's when the idea was born. So we said, no matter how crazy the world around us was becoming, we really wanted to create an opportunity for the digital preservation community to meet anyway, at least virtually, to share stories, to discuss challenges, as we always do at the IPRES conferences. And we wanted to build a bridge between IPRES 2019 in Amsterdam and IPRES 2021 in Beijing, because we thought it's unthinkable that we have a gap of 2 years without being able to communicate, to keep the conversation going in digital preservation. That was the plan, wasn't it, Marcel?
Yeah, exactly. That was the plan. And with a small group of friends of IPRES, so that's how we called ourselves, during the summer, we started this journey and created a unique festival. And here they are, the friends of IPRES. And you will see them, Andrea, Angela, Barbara, John, Natalie, Sarah, William, and Jenjin throughout the next coming 3.5 days. And we started this journey early in summer, and so here we are.
Yeah. And the best of all is we seem to hit the nerve. So the digital preservation community, I mean, you all responded so positively to it. I mean, yeah, the numbers are increasing. Not everyone there is there yet, but Marcel, you have some more numbers to share with us.
Everyone there is there yet. Not everyone there is there yet. Well, it is overwhelming. We had over 100 stories being submitted. And well, a short reminder again, this is not an IPRES conference. This is not a normal conference. So therefore the submissions, they have not been peer reviewed. And there won't be any papers nor proceedings of this festival, but there will be a recording of the festival instead. We will record every session, every stream throughout these 3 forthcoming days. And we had many more registrations than Zoom could accommodate. 500 attendees from all over the world, representing 6 continents and almost 50 countries. They are following us on Zoom and they are popping in at the moment. And many more will follow us via the live stream we are doing on YouTube.
Yeah, so We Miss IPRES is a lightweighted, informal and friendly event. It's really all about sustaining our community. And we want you all to become friends of IPRES, of course, and many of you are already, I'm sure. And there was no way that we couldn't do it without the social part. So that's why there will be a get together at the end of every half day. So be prepared for some surprises. We really want you to have fun, as much fun as we can have on Zoom. And talking about Zoom, there are some important things we have to remind you of. I start with the microphones and the videos. So please turn your camera and microphones off, except when you speak, of course. And if you forget, then the tech lead might do this for you.
Yeah, and also, but I see that everyone has done that already. Please give yourself identifiable names on Zoom. But I wanted to tell you how to do this, but I see that's not necessary. Everyone has identifiable names, so I see a lot of screens with names on it.
And then we would like to that you write your comments and questions in the chat box. There are co-chairs for every streams and sessions, and they will follow up on these remarks and questions. And please also follow the chat for the social surprises. There are many.
Yeah, and there will be collaborative notes available, and there is one document for each day, and you can share your notes with others. And the link for the collaborative notes will be in the chat soon.
Yeah, the digital preservation community is open and inclusive, encourages diversity in all its forms, and is committed to making community events accessible to everyone who wishes to engage with the topic of digital preservation.
And we ask all those attending the We Miss IPRES Festival to be positive, accepting, and sensitive to the needs and feelings of others in alignment with the values stated in the DPC inclusion and diversity policy.
And we said it before, we are recording this festival and we are live streaming it. However, we won't be recording the social get-together at the end of the half days. So just don't worry about that.
But of course, we encourage you to tweet about the presentation and the discussions as much as possible. So the hashtag you already know is We Miss IPRES. So back to the festival and the program. Each day has basically the same outline and follows the same grid. We start with a keynote, and we are very happy to pick up the threads from 2019, today and tomorrow with keynotes from Geert Lovink and Michelle Caswell. And I'm sure there is a lot to add and a lot talks to talk about of last year.
Yeah, and then day 3 is a day to look forward. So to look to 2021, to the IPRES in Beijing, where we hopefully can meet in person again. And today, after the keynote and a short break, we have 3 sessions, and within them there are 3 streams. More on the streams we'll tell you later. And immediately after the final session will be the social event. So please join us for that. And if you want to prepare a drink or get a hat in advance, please do so. But now, before we pass on to the introduction of the keynote, there's something else we need to do, Marcel?
Yeah, well, there's something else we need to do. We want, in the minds of keeping an open and friendly theme of the We Miss IPRES, we will ask you, everyone who can, turn on your camera, because we want to take a photo. And please turn on your camera, wave and smile. You get bonus points for everyone wearing a hat or a pad. And our tech lead John, right now, he will hit the print screen and post it on Twitter. And well, of course, everyone can make a print screen and post it on Twitter.
Marcia, could you stop the screen and we'll do that?
You have to stop the sharing screen.
Yep, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everything's waving smile, please. Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, John. That was great. Super. I start sharing again. So now you can turn off your videos again.
Yeah, and Marcel and I will do the same. And then we leave the floor or back to the screen to William Kilbride. That's another friend of IPRES and the director of DPC, the Digital Preservation Coalition, who is going to introduce our first keynote. So please enjoy.
Well, thank you very much, Barbara. Thank you, Marcel, for getting us underway this morning, this evening, this afternoon, wherever it is you happen to be. Welcome from me also to We Miss iPres. It's really wonderful to be here and see so many of you and so many hats making an early appearance in the photo that we just took. So thank you for joining. I have a simple job this morning, which is to introduce Geert Lovink, our keynote speaker this morning, and to help and to facilitate the discussion this morning out of the keynote. So first to the formalities. Geert Lovink is director of the Centre for Network Cultures in Amsterdam, an author and cultural theorist, best known to the digital preservation community perhaps for his work on the Digital City, which in 2016, you may recall, was the subject of the award-winning Digital City Revise project. I first encountered Geert, however, as in preparation for iPres in 2019 in Amsterdam, where he gave us the opening presentation. More of a performance, in fact, last year in Amsterdam, based on his book Sad by Design, which is a manifesto, I suppose you describe it as, encouraging us to reclaim our identities and also, frankly, our well-being, not so much by abandoning technology, but by subverting it and taking over the means of control. Wise words in 2019, and even more so considering what's happened since. The title of Geert's presentation today, Platforms, Networks and the Network Psyche, State of the Art of Critical Internet Culture During COVID Times. In the age of disaster capitalism, faced with the stack of crises, internet use is only further on the rise, with more meetings, more email, more messages. So Geert is going to map where internet-related controversies and tensions in society stand in the year of 2020. A year ago, we had his presentation on Sad by Design, a music theory performance at the iPres conference. Now, while depression or electronic solitude, exhaustion, distraction have not subdued, COVID-19, Black Lives Matter and the economic crisis yet unknown in proportion have pushed the affect desert aside. We're stuck on the platform and feel unable to leave. And it's over to Geert to lead us off the platform and onto the train that will leave the station soon. Geert. I'm sorry to say you're muted, Geert.
Welcome, everyone. Thanks, William, for the introduction. And it's an honor to be back here at iPres and to start off this very special 3-day event. And this is all happening on the internet, and this happens to be my topic. Last year, I presented my research that I brought together in this book, which is available in a number of languages, Russian, Spanish, Italian, German, a few more, called Sad by Design. And there I focused on only one aspect of possible emotional responses or emotional triggers, and this is the widely spread feeling of sadness. I won't go into that today, but I want to say that over the past year 19 and 20, we have seen more sadness, more anger, especially. But in the COVID times, of course, also the whole debate that has become more known now about loneliness. I think the question of digital solitude or loneliness is really lockdown in quarantine. So we could say that this, let's say, specter, this whole range of emotional responses has been widening, but also been intensifying. And in this presentation, I want to give you an update on what happened to me, to theory, to critical internet culture over the past years, let's say from September 19 to September 20. Maybe, first of all, I'm also going to give you some links, and hopefully that's going to work out. I will put them in the Zoom chat. First of all, I want to say that I've been really pleased that the music performance that I gave last year at the Eye in Amsterdam is now out as a theory music album. So the launch was 10 days ago here in Amsterdam. A bit sad, of course, you know, in a theater with only 25 seats. So yeah, it's kind of a celebration, but under difficult, strange circumstances. So the album is out, and I'm going to give you the link where you can find you know, the music and all the information about you know, the different platforms, because yeah, we're going to talk about that a little later. We're living in the age of the platform economy, so it's becoming increasingly impossible to publish anything outside of these platforms. So the best you can hope for is at least some platform diversity. Okay, that's the first one. The second one is probably that I want to mention here the Netflix documentary, The Social Dilemma, which I think you know, is a very good kind of summary background of what I presented in my Sad by Design book. It features this center in California called the Center for Humane Technologies, in which a lot of Google, Facebook, etc. dissidents have come together to discuss a very specific aspect of the extraction, as described by Shoshana Zuboff in her really very important work, Surveillance Capitalism. And this center is particularly focused, let's say, on the subliminal, invisible, hard to notice behavioral science modifications that I also talk about in the book that causes these responses. The most well-known is probably, you know, the way algorithms are tweaked and manipulated, and the role of Cambridge Analytica in the 2016 American elections. But again, you know, I'm not going to do fake news research, because I have a lot of very, very good colleagues that are onto this, and the research into fake news is already very advanced, and this can unfortunately not be said about other let's say emotional triggers or responses, right? The male anger is again the main problem, but also the one that is the most researched. Before we get to COVID, the outgoing year 2019 and early 20 was really defined, at least in the Netherlands, but in many countries, by Extinction Rebellion, and the protest against climate change. I want to mention that here because this is still a very urgent issue and important movement. Also in the IPRESS context, this will be discussed later on. Will there be a green IT deal? And a lot of people are putting a lot of very, very good work into this. And this is a field where IPRESS really can take the lead, not only to organize the global debate about this, to exchange critical information, but also to, let's say, define the terms and ultimately formulate policy agendas for this. And there I would also like to say that on the long term, it is my firm belief that a lot of the information, digital information that is now coming online will, for green IT reasons, be taken offline. So in my view, it is very, very important that we are not only looking at the right to access, public access to information, but also that we strategically will develop an offline storage strategy. And this may also imply then that people have to travel, or that this offline information will have to be put online. But these are very exciting and new details that we will have to look into. The idea that all of the information forever in the world will be available online is not sustainable. And so we better, also internally prepare for a shift there. Of course, taking into account also the big differences, worldwide. The global south, it's very different, right? In some countries, it will be very, very important to have everything online, whereas in other cases, this is not. Okay. Then, of course, suddenly COVID happened and, schools closed. I'm lucky that I am back here I'm doing this live cast from my own office. I'm the only person, in fact, in this whole building with a very small office of my own. All my other colleagues are condemned to work in very ugly shared workspaces. And this has contributed to COVID in my response. So the first thing we should demand of our bosses is to get our own rooms back, where we can work and concentrate much better. And the idea of the open office work plan is a straight out disaster. So that's another demand, let's say. Okay. In the COVID times, I quite quickly ran into this issue, which is ironic here, which we will not face right now, but soon we will, and that's Zoom fatigue. I'm interested in this topic because, obviously I'm a lot online myself. And so very soon I will publish my own essay about this phenomena, which we all know. And half a year into the crisis, or maybe even more, 6, 7, 8 months, depending on, if you're in China, it's already much, much longer. This phenomena is very, very real, and we need to focus on that. We have recently published an essay about that on our website by Patrick Lichty, and I'm quite happy, to present this to you in this context. Then I want to now switch to the main topic of my presentation today. And that is the strategic question of the relation between network or the networks and the centralized platforms, right? Now we could say, okay, this is just a battle between two notions, discourses, practices, architectures, as we say, right? The one is presumed to be decentralized, and the other one is tending towards monopoly and is very centralized. However, as a lot of us will experience in our daily lives, it's not quite that easy. And in fact, if you look at it a little bit closer, the networks have been declining for quite some time, and sometimes even become invisible, because the network, the platforms are profiting from the networks and exhaust, and take all that data away from the networks, but they're not supporting networks, right? Because it's a competing paradigm. Okay, so I'm going to read a few things about this question of the whereabouts of the network in relation to the dominance of the platforms, because I think this is really small is trivial. Notorious vagueness and non-commitment on the side of slackerish members killed this once cute postmodern construct. Platforms did the rest. Decentralization may be the flavor of the day, but no one is talking about networks anymore as a solution for the social media mess. Where have all the networks gone? Underground? Building 1, 2, 3, many networks as alternatives to crumbling institutions, such as trade unions or political parties, once was a fashionable post-Cold War tactic. Introduced in the 1980s in banking with financial networks, followed by the democratization of the internet, the concept has reached the status of gesunkenes Kulturgut. Is the open, informal character that killed the network, or rather the absence of our collective will to do anything much, right? And this is the problem. We are stuck on the platform, right? And there's no way we can leave it. At least there's no sign that there is a viable exit strategy here. In the meanwhile, networks have elegantly been removed from the tech vocabulary, right? The Silicon Valley for many, many years has not used this term anymore, right? The term networks you will find in more technical IT-related, hardware-related contexts, but not, Apple, Facebook, Amazon, etc. They have taken it away from their vocabulary. Search in vain for the term in the books that capture the current state, such as Platform Capitalism by Schreneck, The Stack by Benjamin Bratton, or the earlier mentioned Age of Surveillance Capitalism. In these three defining books of our time, Platform Capitalism, The Stack, and Surveillance Capitalism, you will not find any theorization anymore of the network. Even activist literature rarely uses the term anymore. Network theory has been dead for over a decade. The left never made an attempt to own the concept. If anyone, it was so-called global civil society, a hand-picked collection of NGOs that played around with Manuel Castells' Networked Society. And the Networked Society is the Bible of the 90s, if you like. Came out in 96. in an attempt to enter the realm of institutional politics at a transnational level, right? So the few ones that still talk about networks are these transnational NGOs. Distribution of power over the network turned out to be nothing but a dream. Being amongst equals within flat hierarchies claimed by the network is the message advocates have been replaced by a system driven by influencers that users in a passive aggressive mode follow, right? So we follow. Instead of a redistribution of wealth and power, we feverishly continue to network under the careful eye of platform algorithms. And the users are kind of competing with these algorithms. Like any form of social organization, networks need to be set up, built, and maintained. And I think IPRES is a very good example of that, right? It's a network that needs to be maintained. And we all know what that means. It also means care. It means debate. It means organization and continuity in order to create a sustainable structure that you know, can carry on and really grow and mature certain exchanges and practices. Unlike mapping software seems to suggest, networks are not just generated on the spot, as if they were machine-generated entities, right? So I'm maintaining here a humanistic view on issues, not post-human, not pre-human, or whatever. I believe that networks are man-made, and I also defend that practice. We're not talking here about automated correlations. Forget the snapshots. Networks are structured by protocols and their underlying infrastructures, yet they are not freely floating entities. What's of interest in times of depression and despair is their vitalism, not its merely its birth and death cause. Once networks start to grow on their own, they may develop in unexpected directions, flourish but then stagnate, fork, and are easily abandoned as they were once started. Unlike many legal forms of the political charm of networks lie in their ability to create new beginnings, right? And we get a lot of energy out of that. Much in the same spirit as Hannah Arendt writes about the miraculous energy that is unleashed when we are starting something anew. Rethinking networks as tools to create new beginnings can lure us away from the fashionable collapsology and put an end to the never-ending obsession with the finality of this world. Okay, so this is what I wanted to say about the whereabouts of networks. And okay, I'm running this very tiny Institute of Network Cultures. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not in favor of you know, promoting networks, but there's something that might be valuable in there, right? And maybe we can even, you know, cause a big transformation, drop the whole network notion altogether, and come up with something that is even better, right? We can also invest in that sense and create new beginnings. I'm not here to defend the network as such, right? This is that's not strategic, it's not tactical. It's very important to figure out together what is working, what is empowering people, what is bringing viable forms of self-organization in a time in which there's an abundance of control and depression. Okay, so now I want to, in the second part, read a little bit about the platform, because that's the other side, of course. And by the way, there's a chapter in Sad by Design, which is called Media Networks Platform, in which I compare the three terms. And what I present here is kind of a continuation of that earlier work. In this social media age, the dreams of students is to start their own platform. This motive already presumes an entrepreneurial aspirations many are not even aware of. How did the platform become such a desired object? This is how artists, activists, designers, and geeks envision how they reach their audiences. Right, so it's the platform is now the only way if we're thinking about reaching many people. This is what I would like to question here. And in the meantime, of course, become rich and famous. Everyone seems to benefit. Producers, customers, founders, right? On the platform, everyone benefits. The robust software platform has long replaced the homepage, blog, and website, and related web design studio as a startup model, right? And this is what we see here around us in the school where I work, this applied science school. We long to harness value instead of losing ourselves in the messiness of the network, right? So it's about harnessing this surplus that we find out there. The platform dream has further consolidated the venture capital mode of operation of hypergrowth, right? So hypergrowth is still the ideal, which is very funny in a time where everybody says, you know, we need to be more sustainable, but we don't apply this to our own dreams and aspirations when it comes to our own forms of networks and our own desire to build up an organization of sorts. While only very few will become billionaire, the lottery aspect of the ruthless Darwinist strategy still attracts many young people. Elon Musk's appeal has not yet faded. The celebrity obsession is such that the pop critique of capitalism will not really question the right to become a billionaire. We all want to run our own platform, regardless what we are longing for. Okay. So this is the question. I think it's a fundamental question. We can apply this to many fields and practices in many different cultures, even in countries. Of course, the situation is radically different everywhere, but these are quite fundamental notions that we find out there once we go online. And we are online, as you know, with many people now, 4 billion plus, and you know, they're still adding hundreds and hundreds of millions of people on the internet. So so these notions and aspirations are really important to study and to question. The last part, of course, I want to speak about Black Lives Matter and the question of organization of social movements, which is now really becoming an important issue we talk about. This is not just in the context of IPRES, covering the question of diversity. It's also a very much a question of building sustainable forms of self-organization that will ultimately, create a political power. Because we cannot just talk about, good intentions that we exchange with each other, right? We need to organize ourselves, and here we see that there are a lot of troubles when this collective will to organize ourselves and to not just express our anger over police brutality in the case of Black Lives Matter in the United States, but to see this as a much wider and global movement that finds itself stuck on the platform, right? So this is the problem. The social movements, the uprisings are coming, but at the same time, the movements have a great difficulty to build up sustainable forms of organization that will ultimately transform into political power. And of course, Silicon Valley will do everything it can to prevent us to build up these autonomous forms of organizations, right? Because these forms of organization question the very logic of the platform. And I've been working over the summer on one of the more, let's say, darker aspects of all this. I wrote an essay which was published at Eurozine. And there I've been looking at the issue of cancel culture. And so I'm sharing the link now on the, in this essay, I look at cancel culture from a social media and activist perspective. And I see that cancel culture as we know it now can really not be separated from, let's say, the stagnation, the regression that we find on the platforms, right? This is really an important issue, because how can we give people a voice, but not doing that through, let's say, unliking, canceling, deleting, etc. Right? How can we thrive a diverse culture of dissent and a culture of exchanges in which there will be, for instance, disagreements, right? We need to cultivate not just diversity, but also disagreement. And we should not be afraid of debate and cultural clashes. And we should therefore, first of all, kind of sabotage this cancel culture, because we cannot really have exchanges without that, right? Because if my only way of showing that I don't agree with you by deleting you, yeah, we've really gone a step back. And this is the big issue but maybe also for an organization like IPRES, but for many others online, right? We are steering towards a world in which geopolitical forces are clashing, right? We are seeing that we are confronted maybe even with new wars, armed conflict, but especially culture wars that are happening everywhere. And how do we respond to that, right? Do we exclude each other, or are we going to look for new forms of productive disagreement? I want to leave it here and want to go to the questions that have come. Maybe William, can we? Oh, hello.
Yes, of course we can hear. Sorry, I've got speaking into a muted microphone myself, so I do apologise. Okay. So listen, thank you very much for also, I have to say, for the best memes I've seen all year, continuing from last time as well. Really fantastic presentation. Let me thank you very much for that. But let's take a few questions now, and there's some useful reflections in the chat box. I've been typing in a few comments and also bringing in a few of the comments that are in the Twitter kind of hashtag as well. So let me start with a question of my own, because it will lead to a question from Neil Jeffries in a moment. So you've talked about platform and you've talked about network. And one of the other phrases that we hear a great deal in the context of digital preservation is cloud. Okay, so I want to just kind of get you to think out loud, or maybe there's a simple answer here. Where does cloud fit into the analysis? Where would you situate that metaphor? Because that's really all it is.
Yeah, of course, it's a challenging term that I've carefully avoided in my theorization. I have the book here, you know, the book about the history of the cloud. It's important, but I think it's much easier to appropriate, to nationalize, to let's say, to take back the notion of the cloud and the infrastructure and the architectures of the cloud, right? We can, and you know, even my school has done that, right? Naively, 5-10 years ago, they moved to the cloud, as they called it. And of course, 3-4 years later, right, they found out that, you know, there were so many problems sharing all these data across the globe and so on, right? And they moved back to a much more regional and, you know, a national cloud. And I have to say that this kind of flexibility is something that I really appreciate of the cloud, right? There can be many clouds, but we know there cannot be many platforms. Huh? And this is because the architecture of the platform is such that it will prevent at any cost that people will leave. Right? So and that's not the case with the cloud. So in a way, you know, we can be proud of the cloud.
Proud of the cloud. I like it. I mean, Neil, and I don't know if Neil Jeffries, if you're there, Neil, and your microphone is on. You ask a question in there, Neil, about de-skilling and about people's ability to you know, to perform, to participate. I see you're there, Neil. I think your microphone is on. Do you want to phrase your question about the challenge you see in relation to de-skilling in the cloud?
Yes. Can you hear me? Okay.
Gotcha.
Right. It was really the observation that the idea that there might be a shift back to more local, less platform-based storage of information. And really the observation that the platforms and the cloud are effectively working to try and remove the skills to actually manage your own storage, both in memory organizations and personally. Effectively, they're trying to make that move more or less impossible. And we're starting to see, for example, the newer forms of hard drives don't work with regular operating systems. They can only be used by the hyperscalers. So, you know, in a way, they're trying to seem to be trying to preempt that sort of move.
Okay, I want to quickly answer the question that came up here on the chat. Is cancel culture a form of bullying en masse? Or maybe you could say bullying of the masses, right? And I think that's a very appropriate way of looking at it. But we need to add maybe that it's a kind of micro-bullying. And it's not just micro, but it's kind of also very short, right? So it kind of fits very, very well, you know, in the very fast speed of communication and exchanges that are happening at the speed of light, as we know, right? So so cancel culture it can be a kind of a mass impulse. I wouldn't really call it bullying, but maybe micro-bullying. Yeah, and it's kind of the micro doses that you know, once you are with many people have often a dramatic effect.
I wonder if I can tee up a question from Sarah Thompson at the University of Edinburgh. Sarah was asking around, and again, Sarah, if your microphone is on, best if you're able to voice the question. Are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here. So I suppose just since we have you here, can you hear me? Am I really quiet? Okay.
No, we've got you. You're fine, Sarah.
Just had a bit of tech trouble this morning, so just wanted to check. But since we have you here and you have these insights into sort of reading, if you will, these materials to show sort of the problematic ways, you know, this culture is affecting society, what sort of key pieces of information do you think that we can preserve as digital preservation practitioners, as archivists, as curators, so that researchers in the future, even very long time in the future, 50, 60, 70 years, you know, can see sort of the predominant online culture of today and sort of see what you see and understand both sides of it and not just sort of take it at face value, and ways that we as archivists can contextualize this information to prevent this from sort of happening
Funny enough,
again.
yeah, I know. Very good question. And the answer will be terrible. My answer is very simple. You know, please store as much of what's going on in social media today, because the platforms themselves don't want us to, you know, keep those messages, right? They will try whatever they can to move them. So, let's really organize, you know, let's say a culture of dissent from the heritage organizations, and really ignore, you know, their very obvious ways to prevent us from storing. Because if we in 20, 50, 70 years do not understand what's going on Twitter, Facebook, and so on, right? We will not understand anything of the political tensions, the social movements, nothing, right? At the same time, we know that it's almost impossible to capture these real-time exchanges, right? So we need to both quantitatively and qualitatively store as much as possible, right? Because these are the media of our times, and we know exactly what to do with radio, television, newspapers, etc. Right? We can be proud of that, of these archives. But the ones that are pivotal now, that are the most problematic, are the ones that we cannot store. So yeah, I don't know. I know it's a strange answer, but
I think you're just asking us to do our jobs.
Do more, do
Yeah,
better,
but,
Sarah.
yeah,
I think that's interesting what you said about qualitatively and quantitatively, because I think sometimes that feels like a choice that either we can get a lot
yeah, it is.
or we can get
Yeah,
rich, qualitative, descriptive
yeah.
information.
Of course, and our
The
center is
balance.
really dedicated against, against data. So we are firmly putting a stand against data as such, because we are defending the right to do qualitative research and develop theories, right? But we have very, very good colleagues, and I love them all, and they're all into data science, etc., etc. I don't want to offend them, but we know that especially the qualitative and the critical approaches that are about to disappear, right? Because they're the most labor intensive and also humanities are under threat everywhere, right? And the social sciences are now trying to defend themselves by pretending that they're data scientists and hope that they can doing this kind of tactical move, get a little bit more funding in the coming years. But that's a short-term tactics, but I know I don't want to create this artificial tension between data and theory, but I'm firmly on the theory side. Yes.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm proud of that.
Thanks, here. Listen, I wonder if we could take one more question. Time's going on, and the chat box is now lit up with comments and questions and inspired observations, as you would expect. But maybe I could tee up. I think Jay Weatherburn from Melbourne. I wonder if I could tee Jay up to asking about the nature of sustainable communities. Jay, are you there? Do you want to turn your mic and camera on?
Yeah, sure. Hey, thank you for an amazing talk. I'm really interested in this sustainability of communities that organize around the social change or cultural change agendas. I see so many examples that depend on this tireless energy of one people or a small group of people. So I'd love to know, does a community have to reach critical mass before it becomes sustainable? Or have you seen any great examples of sustainability for communities?
Yeah, I'm very glad that you came up with this notion, because I haven't mentioned the word community yet, but obviously it relates to this question of networks versus platforms, right? And in the 90s, it was said that the communities come into being once people start to network, right? So the networking in this notion is seen as an early phase, in order to create a community. The network is probably a little bit more open, and the community is probably something that can withstand a lot of changes, politically, socially, culturally speaking, right? So a community is definitely the way to go. But these days, it's really a question: how do you do community building? I would say the emphasis there should really be not on platforms, but on tools, tool making, and the use of all these incredible ICT tools that are out there, right? That hardly anyone is using, because we're all stuck on Facebook, etc., right? So if we want to create that sustainability, and then the question, of course, comes also up. We miss iPress. Can the community afford, and can it organize itself to come together offline in real space, right? At the moment, we can't. We're really in a tragic situation here that we have to meet on Zoom and YouTube. But the element of coming together in real space is absolutely vital and will really help for communities to continue for a really long time.
Listen, thank you very much here. Thank you, Jay. Thank you all. Listen, there's a fantastic set of questions happening. I think we should move on though. The time is running down. I will invite you all though for one more moment, please, either to turn your camera on and get a round of applause, or maybe we could just hit the reaction buttons as appropriate, and really thank you for another inspiring, opening, timely set of messages to us around taking control, taking leadership of the content we create, of the social and technological worlds that we occupy.
Thank you.
And bringing humanity back
It's
to the
an honor.
center of what it is that we do. Digital preservation for me is from the perspective of the Digital Preservation Coalition, and it's always been the coalition part that keeps me coming back. So it's really a resonant message for me, at least. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this unique opportunity.
Okay, I think Barbara's going to come in again now with some notes as to what's happening next. Barbara?
Yes, exactly. So now there will be a 15-minute break. So get your cup of coffee, make breakfast, lunch or dinner, whatever. Have a power nap, feed your cat, play the piano, whatever you like. And after the break, please go to the stream you registered for.
Yeah, just then a brief reminder, we have 3 streams and different 3 sessions, 3 streams. And so the theme of stream 1 is digital preservation in 2021. So we are looking into the future of digital preservation. Stream 2 is picking up the threads of 2019. So that's where we will learn what happened to the work that has been presented at IPRES 2019 in Amsterdam, and the 3rd stream is Best of Digital Preservation in 2020. Basically, we hear about the challenges of this year because the work in digital preservation hasn't stopped during lockdown. You also should note that the 2nd session today has a 4th stream focusing on COVID-19 and digital preservation. So each session and stream has a unique link. These links are provided. The chairs and co-chairs for each stream will take over from this point after the break. And all Zoom rooms of the parallel streams will be opened now. So you can come in at any time during the break. And the Zoom rooms stay open during most part of the day. Barbara.
Yeah, and once more, so this We Miss IPRES Festival is lightweighted and lighthearted. If something goes wrong, hashtag just don't worry, and if someone doesn't show up, hashtag we miss this person, him or her as well. So have fun and see you later.
See you later.
Hi, is anybody wanting to test their technology before they got underway?
Hi, I'm on for the next session with Adelina. I can see Adelina there, and I'm sure that Diogo's there.
No problem. See, we've got a break just now, but if anybody wants
Yes,
to,
yeah.
if anybody wants to test any technology, just let me know and we can have a go at sharing slides.
Okay, I was told to be here 15 minutes early. Put your, yeah, so I'm just doing that.
No problem. You can grab a cup of tea,
Yeah.
so we'll be started shortly. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Diogo, is Diogo there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Diogo. Do you
Hi.
want to share the slides?
Yeah, let me try it.
And you're going
Hello,
to...
everyone. I'm here as well. I
Hi,
managed.
Adelina. I saw your name. But there's
Yeah, it was not easy. Yes, all the bypasses I need to make, and I started at 8 o'clock to.
Right. Well, I was petrified because when I had a look, I looked at the stream information and I didn't
Yeah.
realize that there was a keynote before.
I didn't realize until this morning that it was on Zoom, honestly. So no, I don't know why I received the email, but I overlooked the information, and then this morning I read it, and it was written that you have to install
Download.
certain things if you have never used it, but I couldn't do that. And I tried, to use it in the browser. They told me to download the browser. I can't do that either. So I don't know what I did, but I will stay here. I will not disconnect because just in case.
Oh my God.
And then after I managed to connect, I did not have any audio at all.
Oh no.
Yes.
No.
And then I don't know how from when you started to talk, you are the first person I started to hear.
Right.
I don't know what happened. But
Hello.
that's fine.
Okay,
Hello, everyone.
let me introduce myself. I'm Chris Koo, and I'm supposed to chair this session.
Hi.
And yeah, I think my main task is to learn your names. So can you teach me how to pronounce your names? So the first presentation is how do you pronounce your name? Diogo
Dino no, I think I will start. Dino Adelina.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I see. You're going to start first. Okay. Okay. Dino Adelina. So Dino is your first name.
No.
No, the other way around.
No, it's the other way around.
Okay, Adelina Dino. Okay. So you're going to, I think this is all 10-minute presentations or 8-minute, right? So each person has 8 minutes. Okay.
Yep.
So I'll ring the bell, when you have 1 minute left.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So so how do you pronounce your name? Diogo Proença? Proença. Okay.
Yeah.
And Janet Anderson. So are you going to like alternate, or I mean it's one presentation, right?
Yes. So we're gonna start with Adelina, then Janet, then me, and then in the end, Adelina again.
Okay. Good. Thank you. And the second presentation is Hans. How do you pronounce the name? Lackland.
Yeah, it's Hans Laagland.
Lackland. Okay.
Yeah, that's okay for me.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. And then Bertrand Caron.
Yes. Hi.
Okay.
Hi, Chris. Bertrand Caron.
Okay. Caron. Okay.
But it's okay. Yeah.
Okay. And then Corinne Bredenberg. Is that right?
Yep, it'll be me presenting, Mickey Lindlar.
Okay, Michiel and Lindlar. Okay, Michiel Lindlar. Okay. And then Emily Bell. Okay, that's easy. And Gareth Cole and Jenny Fry. And then is this Jesse DeVos? Is that how it's pronounced? Okay. All right. So I think it's now 4:10. So we have 5 more minutes before we start. Okay. Yeah.
And hi, Chris. I'm Paul. I'm co-chair.
Okay, good. Okay, you are.
I'm here. Don't worry.
Yeah, you have the hard task, right? To ask questions.
I'll feed you questions from the crowd when you're ready for them.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we have to make sure that your slides are on so that you can share screen. And I think our technical lead, John McMillan, will. I guess you have to designate the presenter as co-host to share his or her screen, right?
But we'll set it up so MD now can share the slides, so there shouldn't be any problems. But if there is any issues, just give me a shout. I will be here.
Okay.
Sorry, Diogo, it will be you who will go from slide to slide for our presentation?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we don't need to be quiet, you know, you can carry on with chit chat.
We should have some more music, shouldn't we?
Oh, doggy, this is my dinner. I'm enjoying it. It has to be her.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I hope that covers everybody. Welcome to session 1, stream 1, digital preservation in 2021. So we are the futuristic session. I think you have picked the right session. My name is Chris Koo from Singapore, and it's the afternoon here in Singapore. And my co-chair is Paul Wheatley, and he's going to ask difficult questions. He has a more difficult task. And the technical lead is John Macmillan, so we're in good hands. In this session, we have 5 short presentations on projects and initiatives to address preservation challenges that are expected to bear fruit in the near future in 2021. I guess we are kind of looking forward to 2021 in Beijing next year. And so during the session, if you have questions for the speaker, please enter into the chat box, and then Paul Wheatley will select, the questions he likes best. The first presentation is by 3 co-authors, Adelina Dinu, who is going to present first, and I presume Janet Anderson and Diogo Proenza, will present on CEF e-archiving, setting the standard for long-term accessibility of information across Europe. So over to you, Adelina.
Yes, thank you very much. So good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure to be here today with you as part of this event. So my name is Adelina Dinu. I'm a project officer working for the European Commission in the unit dealing with interactive technologies, digital for culture and education. And I'm in charge of the e-archiving policy and project management. I'm here with two members of the consortium implementing the e-arch grant project, Janet Anderson, who's representing the coordination team, and Diogo, he's a researcher at the University of Lisbon. Next slide, please. I will start by quickly introducing you to the e-archiving and the current Connecting Europe Facility program that is implementing these activities. We all live in a digital world where data is abundant and can help shape new policies. Yet, how can we manage all this data? And that is why e-archiving exists. It is here to help you archive your data and preserve it. Digital archiving requires, however, extensive expert knowledge, specifications, software, hardware, knowledge of your external stakeholders, and not least, it is costly. So why not collaborate and put efforts together? Next slide, please. So in order to explain what is digital Europe and the building blocks, let's start with the digital single market. Let's take a step back to understand where the CEF program initiated. The European Union is built on the idea of a single market for capital, for services and labor. And we live in a digital world, and that is why we need to build this digital single market in order to remain competitive, to ensure that citizens, businesses, and public administration can reap, in fact, the benefits of this digital world. The digital single market powered by this new UI regulation will enable also convenient cross-border online digital services. Next slide, please. The question now is how the Commission can help public and private entities build these digital services. And our answer to this is the building blocks that are in fact smaller deployment projects that can be reused by many sectors. Building blocks are there to help entities to comply with the regulation of the European Union, and we provide standards that ensure systems can communicate with each other, as without these common standards, we would continue to work in silos. Next slide. Yes, thank you. How do these building blocks work? Here you have on the screen a map of all of them. So currently there are 10 building blocks. E-archiving in the middle of the page was launched less than 2 years ago in December 2018, and it contributes to the data economy. It facilitates the preservation, migration, reuse, and trust of your data. We help you with funding, with a website, with service desks. Building blocks provide also many other benefits as they are mature and ready to deploy solutions that will save project time and money. They are based on open European standards, so you avoid the vendor lock-in. And they also help public administrations connect to collaborate in order to deliver a great European experience for citizens and businesses. And at this point, I will give the floor to Janet, who will tell you more about the e-archiving services.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So it's not only standards and software, but particularly we're looking at standards. So based on the OAIS standard that we all know, the information packages, we've developed a common set of specifications that are really for anybody and everybody who needs to archive material. So getting your material into an archive, keeping it there and getting it out again. We've done extensive work on content, the content of our archive. So we've looked at geodata and created specifications for that, for electronic records management systems based on MOREC, and relational databases. So these are specifications that we have already developed that are mature and are in action now. Next slide, please. As Adelina mentioned, we have mature software available as well. Open source, end-to-end, mix and match, modular. If you wish, you can just use the specifications, develop your own software, etc. So you are not locked into any particular tool or set of tools. You have a huge amount of choice, which is really important for all the different domains that we're looking to cover. Next slide, please. It isn't just specifications and software. So we offer a range of services. So we've just got coming on stream now compliance testing and validation. We're developing access and reuse tools. We have a comprehensive training service. We've had about 5 webinars very well attended this year. We're developing a maturity assessment service based on what we had in the EOC project, the original EOC project. And we're going into other domains. So we're developing an eHealth 1 specification that will be out for review at the beginning of October. Another one, eHealth 2 specification based on the European National Cancer Registry. So we're really branching out into the eHealth field. One on premise, one on GIS, Geographic Information Systems, and the other one on archival description. So we're really branching out into other domains rather than just the straight archival domain. Next slide, please. So where can you find all this information? Well, we have a web page, a CEF e-archiving website, which has a lot of detail about all the different services that we have. And now on to Diogo.
Well, thank you. So what I'm going to present you today is our part of onboarding uptake, our service desk and our training services. So in terms of onboarding, we have defined a process that will help you guide how can you really reuse e-archiving. So we divided this into 3 big steps. That is discovery. When you start prospecting the building block, you start seeing what you have available, and you start then eliciting your requirements, meaning what are your requirements, and then based on those requirements, you can then check our solutions, select which one are appropriate to you, to your scenario, then start designing your infrastructure, deploying it. We can also help you integrate with other solutions and starting to operate your solution. Then the last step, you have the improvement part, where do you use the maturity model and also our reference architecture that we are developing, and you starting assessing what is your current state, and we can help you creating improvement plans for you to improve to reach your goals. Of course, at each step of this process, we expect your feedback. Also, if you want more information, in that link in the bottom, you can find the whole description of this process, and you can see how it applies to you. Also, we're trying to cover as much as possible. So we've been spreading around Europe. We're trying to go to new countries, to new institutions, to new types of institutions. So we are trying to go to research institutions, not only to archives. We're trying to also to go to governments and so on. So all over Europe, we have been quite active. We're also trying to be active now in France. And we are also trying to go to other parts of the world, like Canada and Chile. Now we have the service desk. So the service desk is what we call the single point of contact for all that provide support to our e-archiving service offering. So you can access also through the website in services, then you go to service desk, and you have 2 ways of contact the service desk. You have a contact form where you have to register in the European Commission platform, but you also have an email where you can just send in an email and we'll get in touch with you. We are also regarding training, we are conducting a training needs analysis because we really want to know what the community needs in terms of training. What are the materials that you need? What you want to know? What you want training? So this is available, and if you want to participate, you can go to that website. The survey is available in 6 languages. Also, we are having webinars. We have very successful webinars since February. And we have three up. So in the 24th of September, we have one on database archiving, 29th about complexity validation, and 26th of November about the web user, the eArch web user interface. All previous recordings are available in that link. Also, if you want to keep in touch with us, we are available on LinkedIn and Twitter. We try to be as active as possible, and you'll get all our news. Also, if you want to be contacted directly by us, you can go to this form. You fill just your data, your name, your email. You let us you give us the consent for us to contact you, and we'll get in touch with you by email. And they can then schedule also a call. So if you are still in questioning if e-archiving is for you, well, it is. If you are about transferring information from repositories through generations of technology, if you have concerns about long-term data integrity and authenticity, if you want to comply with the latest specifications and standards like OAS, METS, and so on, and you want to preserve and access data over extended periods of time, e-archiving is for you, and we can help you. So just to present you the last opportunity they have for funding, Adelina.
Yes, hello again. So I will end with some words about the call for proposals that we have currently opened for application. Next slide, Diogo, please. Yeah. So the open call is for generic services, and the total budget available is estimated at €1 million. It can cover up to a maximum of 75% of eligible costs. Proposal requesting a contribution in the order of 250,000 are expected. Then there are obviously some requirements for the consortium who can apply, and these are basically that only at least 3 entities, public or private, based in at least 3 member states or European Free Trade Association member countries can participate to the CEF Telecom program, can build together a consortium. And here you have all the dates. The call was opened on the 30th of June and it will close on the 5th of November. So 1.5 months to go. The proposals will be evaluated between November this year and January next year. And then we are expecting for the grant preparation and the signature of the contract to be between May and August next year. The indicative duration of the action is 18 months.
Can you wrap up so that we can maybe ask a question?
Is there any question or we will take the questions at the end? Yeah. And the last slide. So here I will not read all the information. You have it on the slide. What is most important is that there are 3 activities that are funded. The first one is mandatory, the adaptation of the archive to the archiving specifications, and this will be proved by the XML schema validation and evidence. And this activity can be also complemented by 2 optional ones, the second or the third, that can come as complementing the first one.
Okay.
Yes, so this is all about the call for funding. You will find more information by following the link where it is published, and there you find also all the conditions for applying, as well as all the necessary templates to fulfill your application. Now time for questions.
Okay,
for any of the 3 of us, if you have. Yes.
We have one question from William Kilbright, which I'll read out to you guys. The session is about the future. So if it all goes to plan, where will we be in 5 years? I mean, is this digital preservation fixed?
I think nothing's ever fixed, is it? Do we want to fix anything? No, it's always a moving target, isn't it?
I can follow up with another quick question as well, because we probably have time for that. Over the last few years, I've followed the development of the information packages, in particular, the specifications for information packages. I wondered what kind of engagement you had with repository vendors, what kind of uptake or interest there's been in adopting those specifications, which is obviously quite a big step for a vendor to go in.
Diogo?
So yes, so we've been talking with for example, Artifactual, Preservica, Odilo, Libnova, yeah, with several vendors, and they are all very open to adopt our specifications, because they are very, how can I say, they are very modular. So you don't have many things that are really mandatory. You have just a small set of what is really needed. And as we've seen from them, that is really an advantage, because they can see that they can easily adopt these standards, and we are in talks now for them to really do that. Of course, we don't have they promised that they are doing it, so they are finalizing their analysis. They are going to come up with a plan to do that, but we still don't have the time frame for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Diogo and Janet and Adelina. So the next speaker is Hans Lachlan and Bertrand Caron, who are going to talk about develop two, get one. So that's very mysterious. I can't wait to hear what this is about. Sharing knowledge, expertise, and infrastructure around file format policies. Okay, over to you, Hans and Bertrand.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Go
Great. So do you see the...
Yes, we can see a slide.
The slides specifically in full screen, right?
Okay, it's not in presentation mode. It's
You can see it and read it though. It's not a problem.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, you still see my slides, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your introduction, Chris. So my name is Bertrand Caron. I'm a metadata librarian at BNF, the National French Library. And I'll be speaking with my co-presenter, Hans Lachland, who is a project leader for a project Preservation Watch and Preferred Formats at the Dutch Digital Heritage Network. So this presentation discusses the collaboration of BNF and the Dutch Digital Heritage Network on file formats policies. Our two institutions launched in 2019 parallel initiatives on file formats policies and are now working on the first outcomes. We recently discovered common points between our approaches, and we're willing to develop collaboration through 4 common orientations. We'll present the expected significant outcomes of the collaboration, and we will conclude with the benefits of our collaboration for the digital preservation community and for each other's project. So please gear us, because file formats expertise is a team sport. Now, can you see the second slide?
Do you want to just
no, not yet.
Okay. Yes. Sorry. So what do we have in common? So both think file format expertise is a team sport. So both aim at creating an experts group where questions of file format can be addressed in the perspective of long-term preservation. The groups are meant to be permanent and cross-domain. Neither of them pretend to provide recommendations. Instead, they intend to help institutions in taking informed decisions on file formats based on self-assessment. Both acknowledge that the digital preservation community has now produced major resources. In particular, databases on file formats are available and contain invaluable, structured, and machine actionable knowledge. Unfortunately, a vast majority of these resources are only available in English. Both initiatives want digital preservation to talk in other languages. So now a quick overview of the parallel approaches. So from the BNF point of view, since 2018, Born Digital content has entered the BNF collections on a more extensive basis, either acquired or donated or obtained by legal deposit. The institution consequently decided to revise and extend its file format policy, which led to the creation of an internal experts group with new contribution and communication methods, in particular through a GitHub wiki. This initiative really started in 2019 and greatly benefited from the lockdown, as the BNF production tools remained inaccessible for a majority of agents. It has proved instrumental in conducting studies on format migrations and defining a common framework to work and talk about file formats for long-term preservation. Simultaneously, BNF actively participates and provides expertise to a newly created National Watch Unit composed of members of libraries, archives, ministries, and national institutes under the authority of the association Aristote. The National Watch Unit defined 4 priorities: making translations of major English resources, developing knowledge about file formats and tools, providing an inventory of existing files corpora, and producing a registry of experts, both institutional and personal, both national and worldwide. Like the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, our long-term goal consists in extending a national pool of expertise that could both work on adapting resources to our national context and collaborate more efficiently with the international digital preservation community. And now I leave the floor to Hans for the rest of the presentation.
I'm sharing my screen. Share, and then yes. My name is Hans Laagland, and I'm working for the Dutch Digital Heritage Network as a project leader. We're running a project about preservation watch and preferred formats, and the goal of our project is to implement preservation watch and preferred formats in a preservation strategy of the institutions. And with the exception of initiatives taken by individual heritage organizations, there is no cross-sectoral concentration of information on file formats in the Netherlands. Therefore, the project decided to form, among others, an expert group on file formats with the network as a starting point. And as a second deliverable, the project is developing a website, and the website is a step-by-step plan for compiling a policy on preferred formats. An important part of the expert group in the making is expertise promotion within the Netherlands and in international contact, such as with my new French colleagues. Members of the expert group in the making are preservation officers or specialists in preserving digital heritage from medium-sized and large institutions. And you can see the institutions that contribute by the small logos below the screen on the slide. Altogether, studying file formats is labor intensive, and in the end, we think there is a need for collaboration in studying file formats so that organizations can benefit from each other's expertise, both nationally and internationally. And this in turn contributes to institutions in making their own policy on file formats. And that's how we started our collaboration with BNF. And after identifying our common orientations, which Bertrand already spoken about, we at BNF and the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, we came up with 3 possibilities for collaboration. The first possibility for collaboration is to be aware of our common working plan and a shared agenda. This means exchanging knowledge, bringing resources and knowledge to each other's community, and this also means translating a lot of content. The second possibility for collaboration is about exchanging the approach and the experiences from both the National Watch Unit and the expert group on file formats. Each other's insights will be a source of inspiration for both our initiatives. And the third and last possibility for collaboration is about exchanging knowledge on setting up a data model for describing file formats. The description will cover both technical and organizational aspects based on a given level of knowledge about the file format. And of course, this includes making use of existing knowledge bases like Wikidata for digital preservation and Pronom. But we also think that by creating a combined interest group, we can bring our interests to the representatives of the knowledge bases. So time to wrap things up. As you can see in our final slide, we have two soccer players exchanging flowers after or before a match between France and the Netherlands. Well, we think it says enough. File format expertise is team sport. Let's all collaborate. We have introduced you to how we think our collaboration will help us share knowledge about file formats and file format policies within our projects and between our projects. And now we love to hear from you by contacting us, and our contact information is on the slide. Thank you very much for your attention.
I think we might have lost our chair. So,
Okay.
Oh no, we've got him back. Hi, Chris. You are there.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Hans and Bertrand. Paul, go ahead with the questions.
So we've got a quick question and clarification from Andrew Waugh. Preferred formats for what? Are we talking about creating digital content or archiving digital content? I guess the answer is going to be both.
Excuse me, I missed the question.
That's okay, I'll repeat. So Andrew asks, are you talking about preferred file formats for what? For creating digital content or for archiving digital content? I guess you're thinking about both.
Yeah, for our project, it's especially for archiving. For archiving. So we were trying to help our institutes to so they can make their own policy on file formats, but especially from the point of archiving the file formats.
Another question from William, who brings up the topic of translation. So, I mean, this is something that we think about quite a bit at the DPC. One of the barriers around international collaboration is the different languages that we use, and I think that certainly comes up in the file format area. So is that something that how have you found sort of dealing with that issue and looking ahead to perhaps further collaboration with other organizations internationally? How do we address that issue of language?
If I may, so the first thing is that we have a full stream, a pool of persons in the National Watch units that are devoted to this work, and that tries to identify the major resources that we think need to be translated. And so we started last year with the NDSA levels of preservation, and we're currently working on the translation of the DPC handbook. So I think the first thing is to get a whole group of people working on the same field and sharing resources, and we're also working on identifying right now the resources and getting possibly a database of bibliographic resources that we would like to see translated.
Thanks, guys. Quick mention of some of the things that have come up in the chat box. Use of Wikidata might help on the translation front, which I know you're looking at anyway. Also mentioned from John Tilbury of PAR, which is another sort of player in this field as well. But I'll hand back to Chris now because we're probably out of question time.
Okay, so let's go on to, thank you very much. Maybe a round of applause for Bertrand and Hans. Let's go on to the next presentation by Karen Bredenberg and Angela Deppert and Mikkel Lindler from the Premise Editorial Committee. So what and how would you like to learn about Premise? Go ahead, Karen.
Hi, you should be seeing my screen now.
Yes, correct? I can see it.
Perfect. And I'm Mickey, but Karen and Angela are also here and will assist with questions in the end, I'm sure. So the theme of this session is actually digital preservation in 2021. And we, being the Premise Editorial Committee, asked ourselves, how can we help you, the community, in understanding Premise better so you can all make use of it? And hopefully when we meet again for iPress in 2021, we'll have a full implementation fair and many Premise-themed presentations. So we'll actually pull off something different and try a survey in this 8-minute presentation. In case you're not aware, Premise is the de facto standard for digital preservation metadata. It is used in many open source, commercial, and in-house developments. And this presentation is going to use Mentimeter. So take a second now and bring up your browser or take out your smartphone and go to the link above and enter the code so you can participate in the survey. All questions within the survey are going to be multiple choice. You can't go back once an answer is submitted, and there will be 60 seconds time per question. I'm actually going to start the stopwatch here so I can time myself and not run out of time and be buzzed by Chris. Also, voting will be open to Zoom attendees as well as those following via the live stream in YouTube, so there are no cheap seats on this We Miss iPress event. So the first question that I'd like to bring up is the question of what material you want to preserve. So please use the code and try to rank it. There's different kind of levels judging by how much material you have. And we're seeing the first answers pop up now. We see 2D still images is pretty popular. Also AV materials and web archivings. It's pretty interesting to see how the web kind of develops here. Give it a couple more seconds. This is a bit of a hard question to answer, I think, because there's many options that you can click. Let's see if we can make it to 50. We're up to 40 right now. $46. 4 more. Perfect. Awesome. That's a really good response. So feel free to finish that screen if you're still doing that. Alas, the next question will be, we'd like to know how you actually use Premise. Do you use it more as a conceptual model so you don't have it implemented, but you look at Premise to better understand digital preservation? Do you use it as part of an off-the-shelf system? So you bought a system that implements Premise and you don't really have that much control of how it works. Do you have a customized in-house development where you can implement your own profile, or maybe you even build your own software that uses Premise or creates Premise metadata? Maybe you're not aware whether your systems actually use Premise and it all takes place under the hood, or maybe you don't use Premise at all. These answers should be a little bit easier than the previous one. Again, the reminder that you can choose multiple answers. Great, really interesting to see that so many people use Premise as a conceptual model. Which makes sense because it's not bound to specific implementations. It actually gives you a lot of options and possibilities. Thank you. The next question is going to be, what about Premise would you like to understand better or discuss with others? So this is more from a theoretical point of view. Think about what you would like to know to understand premise better. Why do you even need it? How can you get started using it? You'd love to hear a brief intro into the premise data dictionary, more of an overview, or you'd actually prefer a deep dive into the premise data dictionary where you find like-minded preservation folk to deep dive into semantic units, or whether you're really interested in conformance with premise. This seems to be a fairly even spread. Happy to know that a lot of people don't or are aware of why they need premise, but I think even if you think you might know why you need premise, it's always worthwhile to revisit that question and see what aspects of the data model or the data dictionary you might not be familiar with. Perfect. Thank you very much. And now to look at this from more of a practical application side. The last question was more about the theoretical groundwork underneath premise, but this is more about the actual implementation stories. Would you love to hear or to actually see in a webinar or through other means how premise works in end-to-end digital preservation systems? Or learn about how you can integrate premise with your other metadata that you use or other systems within your workflows? Would you love to hear problem-specific best practices where specific institutions showcase how they use premise for the different materials that they preserve or for different kinds of preservation scenarios? And similar, would you like to hear real-life implementation stories? Also, thank you already for your really good responses. I think over 50 people responding to a survey is something that a lot of people would love to have when they send out links to surveys. So this is already proving to be a very worthwhile exercise, and happy to see that this works in such a virtual event. Perfect. The next question is in one where you have to rank the answers, and the question is, how would you like to see the information presented? So we now asked you what kind of information you're interested in, and we would now like to hear about the channels that you prefer. Would you love to see a wiki or a frequently asked questions section somewhere? Would you love to read blogs where people talk about their implementation stories or other things? Would you like to see short videos on specific topics, or maybe you prefer larger webinars with an interactive component? Yeah, or would you prefer user groups, birds of a feather meetings, or implementation fairs where you get together with people online or face-to-face to discuss specific issues? Would you like to have face-to-face tutorials where members of the premise editorial committee come to your institution and actually talk you through issues of the premise data dictionary and stand there to answer all your questions? Or would it be something like a Facebook group, which could also be a LinkedIn group, as we heard on the CEF building block section earlier? Perfect. We see that how-to guides, checklists, webinars, and short videos are really popular. So feel free to continue answering the slide while I already move to the next. And actually, last slide in the survey section, it's an open end section where you can now type in a chat box anything that we missed. If there's any other topics that you would love to see covered, information channels you'd like to suggest that we missed in the previous slide, where you can rank different information channels, or any other comment that you have to us as the premise editorial committee. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Mickey. Is that the end of the presentation, or did I buzz you at the wrong time?
No, that's the end. We can see this coming in, but we have one more slide with just the contact information in case you're not aware. There's a short link to the contact form on the premise side. Thanks.
Okay.
Now, I think if we have time for questions, I'll leave it at this slide so we can see this pop in while you ask questions.
Paul, maybe one question.
We don't have any questions yet. Does
Okay.
anyone want to come in quickly with a question? If not, I'll ask one.
Everybody's busy participating in the survey. It's a very good trick to avoid questions. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we are kind of running short of time, so let's go on to the next presenter. So thank you very much, Mickey. Round of applause for Mickey and his colleagues. So our next presentation is Where and When Does the Digital Book End by Emily Bell, Gareth Cole, Jenny Fry, and Rupert Getty. Go ahead.
Hi, I can't turn my video on because the host has turned it off.
Oh.
So yeah, my video is not on, I don't think, but I can start anyway. Oh, there we go. Hi. Okay, so hi, I'm Dr. Emily Bell, and I'm a research associate based at Loughborough University, UK, working on the community-led open publications infrastructures for monographs project, COPIM. So COPIM is a 3-year project which is funded by Research England and Arcadia. And it's created an international partnership of researchers, universities, librarians, open access book publishers, and infrastructure providers, aiming to build community-owned open systems and infrastructures to enable open access book publishing to flourish. So these systems and infrastructures will be collectively managed for the common good, is the idea. The project's divided into 7 work packages, including revenue, infrastructures and management, knowledge exchange and piloting alternative business models, community governance, building an open dissemination system, experimental publishing, reuse and impact, and archiving and preservation. And I work on this final archiving and preservation work package under the lead researchers, Dr. Gareth Cole, who's based in the Loughborough University Library, Dr. Rupert Gatty of Trinity College, Cambridge, and Open Book Publishers, in collaboration with a team of researchers, including Jenny Fry, who is Professor of Publishing and Information Science here at Loughborough. So in this short talk, I'm going to introduce our work to identify the problems of and develop new solutions for archiving open access research monographs in all their variation. Books come in multiple digital formats, as well as hard copy, and can include embedded materials such as videos, databases, and interactive models. So how can we archive this range of material as a book in a cost-efficient way that takes into account the complex legal issues? What technical interventions are needed to facilitate this kind of preservation? So our work is still at an early stage. I joined the project about 6 weeks ago, but in this presentation, I'll highlight some of the issues and some possible directions we've identified so far. So we'd be very grateful for thoughts and feedback on these. So last week, we ran a workshop on these topics with participants with different expertise in digital preservation. I'd like to pull out some of the debates that arose from this workshop, thinking specifically about 1, the boundaries of the book, 2, social and cultural barriers to digital preservation, and 3, future-proofing preserved digital objects. I'll end by sharing a couple of the questions which are currently shaping our thinking about this work, as well as what our next steps are going to be. But really, we're here today because we'd be grateful for feedback from the attendees of We Miss IPRES as we move forward. So in terms of the boundaries of the book, what we're talking about here is embedded materials and links of various kinds, whether to articles and websites online or videos, databases, and so on. These questions on the slide are the kinds of questions that were raised by our workshop participants, particularly 1, how do we know what's there and what should stay connected to the book? And 2, how do we deal with content that relies on third-party services? A key issue underlining these questions is that of the different formats. One solution suggested by our workshop participants was packaging content together in digital preservation rather than expecting one format like EPUB or PDF to retain everything. So using a tool like Bagger, which is already used in digital preservation to package digital content with the metadata and documentation. Another possibility that similarly acknowledges that there's no single solution is to leave what was termed breadcrumbs for future researchers. And essentially, we're considering how to offer guidance to publishers and creators about where they might place copies to leave these kind of digital breadcrumbs. So in terms of social and cultural issues, our workshop participants highlighted issues around the willingness of content creators to engage with preservation, the reluctance of some organizations, and a general, as one person has put it, ideological skepticism, summed up well by the questions of who we're archiving for and for how long. So how do we justify the financial and economic cost of digital preservation? And are we talking about 5, 10, 50, 100 years? Length of time is something we're still reflecting on, but this also came up in thinking about different open access levels and licenses, which are often opaque. And the COVID-19 pandemic has seen some organizations opening collections up publicly, but sometimes only for short periods. So how can we negotiate different levels of access and different time requirements? So the solutions I put at the bottom of this slide focus on the ideological question, but also on skills development and knowledge base. So we'll produce guidelines and templates, but training clearly needs to happen earlier.
Preferred formats of the Dutch Digital Heritage Network.
Oh, someone else speaking? Okay, so we're hoping to produce guides and templates, but training clearly needs to happen earlier for content creators. As we're focused on academic publishing for the COPIM project, we spoke about ways of integrating training into the professional development of researchers. So we'd appreciate feedback from attendees about what's worked for them in terms of training. And we've heard from several people that preservation is not taken as seriously as it should be across the scholarly publishing sector. Advocates in specific domains and academic communities can disseminate knowledge and shape best practice within those domains. Workshop participants mentioned the importance of personal relationships, meetings in person, and so on in getting content creators on board with these questions as early as possible in the publication process. So Karen Hansen, who took part in our workshop, will be speaking on some of these questions later in the conference. But a key question is, what is it possible to preserve at scale? And this involves thinking about what is not going to be possible to preserve well. So Hansen has suggested essentially producing a risk assessment that identifies problems and gives alternative routes with a better chance of long-term survival. In terms of solutions, one thing emphasized by workshop participants was that we should be flexible in the decisions we make now, bearing in mind what might change in future. As such, packaging several documents together might be another good answer here, and might make it possible to make necessary changes in future rather than preserving a book as a single file. So ultimately, a looser definition of book might serve long-term digital preservation better. So these are some of our overall questions that are shaping our work as we go forward. And this has been a very early snapshot of our work, so we would welcome some thoughts on these, including what technical interventions can be made and how much might be automated. What are the legal issues and how might we overcome them? Bearing in mind the borderless nature of the internet, meaning we don't necessarily know where this embedded or linked content is coming from. And the open access publishing means we need to be aware of this at a very early stage. So where are the best places to put things? What are the frameworks we should consider? Our workshop participants agreed that guidance about the best way of supporting these kinds of rights would be useful. And finally, how can we do all of this in a cost-efficient way, particularly for small presses? So in terms of our next steps, we'll create use cases of where people are to benchmark and evaluate how we can improve. And then some technical specifications based on this, followed by some proof of concept archiving to show how it might work. And finally, we'll focus on the design and implementation of an ongoing sustainability model for software. So thank you very much. Thank you to our workshop participants who are all acknowledged here for their feedback. If you'd like to find out more, please do get in touch using the WP7@COPIM email address. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emily. Wow, I think you have jumped in the deep end. It's a difficult project. Okay, over to you, Paul.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, as one of the organisers of the workshop recently and participants, I sort of went into it thinking, well, this is a really challenging area, and came out of the workshop thinking, actually, this is much more challenging than I first thought, despite the fact I was already a bit apprehensive about it. And we've got a question from Andrew Warwood, which I think adds to that. It's a very multifaceted problem. And Andrew says, what about the moral rights of the creator to define the domain of their work? Where to even start going about answering that one, Emily? Can you have a go?
Well, so that's something that's been interesting in the workshop, in that people mentioned when it came to archiving of journals, that's what happened. Like they took their definition of articles and so on from the journals and then preserved it that way. I think it's a bit harder with book publishing because there's a lot more variation. So yeah, I think ultimately we all agree that the creators need to be brought on board with these questions as early as possible. But yeah, it's a difficult problem. I don't know if Gareth is also here. I don't know if he wants to add anything to that.
No, I mean, just to reinforce what Emily said, really, I think it's a very important point. And I think that's one of, I think increasingly we're coming around to the fact that the author, the creator, whatever you want to call them, of the book, needs to be involved, needs to be aware, needs to know what happens to the material once they've basically finished their parts of the writing of the creation process. It's not write and forget about it, it's write and something else happens to it. So there needs to be more awareness, I think, at the author stages, as Emily has highlighted.
Thanks very much, guys. Back to you, Chris.
Okay, thank you very much, Emily. The last presentation is on sound and vision and multimedia, maybe. No, it's on enabling software presentation by Jesse DeVos. Yeah, over to you, Jess.
Yes, thank you, Chris. I hope you can all hear me, and
yes, loud and clear, and yeah, we can see your slide.
Okay, great. I'm having some slight hiccups in my internet connection. I hope that's not an issue for anyone else. So let's see how we go. Thank you also to the organizers for putting this together. It's really interesting and good to be in touch in this way. I wanted to present to you today a project that we're doing in the Network for Digital Heritage in the Netherlands. I work at the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision, and together with my colleagues Owen and Claudia, we're running a project on software preservation. The main aim being to lower the threshold for Dutch heritage institutions to start or continue, which is not so much the case, but to start archiving software.
Jesse, sorry to interrupt, but we're getting a lot of breakup on your sound.
A number of results.
I wonder if you could turn off your video. That might help a little bit.
Are we having issues with the connection?
Your sound is breaking up a little bit, Jesse, so maybe if you turn off your video, it might help. Yeah, thank you. Give that a go.
I'm switching on my video, hoping that will make things better. Apologies. So we've looked at software archiving in the Netherlands, what's happening. Then we're looking at a number of use cases around emulation as an exit strategy for software, browser emulation within the same framework, and we'll be looking at preservation metadata for software and legal recommendations for people who want to start doing software archiving. We're, of course, standing on the shoulders of giants. I thought it would be interesting to show also to this community that we're very much using tooling and approaches that have been developed within the community of iPress. So we're looking at the EASY project from the Software Preservation Network. We're collaborating with OpenSLX that have developed the emulation framework. We're looking at Rhizome and the work that they've done on browser emulation and web archiving in general. So there's a lot of things that come together in this project. So I don't think what we're doing is necessarily new. It's more about bringing all these things together and making it more accessible to the Dutch heritage sector. So I started off trying to do a survey, but pretty soon realized that there was no real quantifiable data on institutions archiving software at present. So in the end, we went with a number of interviews of institutions that have started doing some software preservation, which is very often in a sort of R&D stage. So it's not really a part of policies of institutions at present. And from these interviews, we came up with several recommendations for institutions in general to start software archiving. And I think it's typically one of those topics on which collaboration makes so much sense, because all the issues we run into are similar. And so to conceptualize a shared research agenda for software preservation would be a very relevant step that could flow quite naturally also out of this project, which, by the way, will last until half 2021. So we have some time left. Also, I think it's very important that software preservation becomes a part of preservation policy at the institutional level. Right now, it's sometimes touched upon very vaguely, but there's no real policy behind it. So that makes it quite difficult to create sustainable efforts apart from the R&D types of projects that are being done. Also, to investigate the possibilities for a nationwide shared emulation infrastructure. I know the EASY project is a great example of how that might look. We need to invest in archivists with better IT skills to use the solutions that are offered around emulation, for instance, and we need to intensify collaboration with international initiatives. So we looked at a number of use cases from the Netherlands. So we look at Commodore video games from the Regional Archive of Alkmaar. We looked at Quark Express files at New Institute for Architecture and Design. And we ourselves from Sound and Vision have a collection of PC video games. We wanted to evaluate the use of the emulation as a service environment developed by OpenSLX and Freiburg University, and evaluate it in terms of the quality that it offers, the costs involved for setting it up and maintaining it, and just to give a better picture to institutions who want to start using this this framework, what it entails and what it can and cannot do for you. So again, looked at Commodore games, and we used the Vice emulator for that. We did some tweaking to make sure that the emulation worked as good as possible, and then we developed a test survey for feedback. So we had people playing these games that knew the original games and evaluate the authenticity in the emulation, but also looked at ease of use of the framework and provided some feedback to OpenSLX also on the interface. The same goes for New Institutes. Here it was a little bit more specific, creating specific environments within the framework for emulation. And we again tested the results with the end users of these Quark Express files. And the same thing for our own collection. This proved a little bit more difficult. It's one of the challenges of emulation is the graphics side of things. So we tweaked quite a bit, but couldn't always get the great results that we were looking for. But we trust as well that there will be future developments that might facilitate this better. So another use case we looked at was quite different, was browser emulation. As most of you will know, it can be an issue in rendering archived websites in present-day browsers. Sometimes they will look very different. This is one example. It's mostly artistic websites, mostly earlier websites as well that show these problems. And so it becomes an issue to emulate these browsers. What we found is that it's not just about browser emulation, it's also about add-ons and about extensions. And the research that we've done will provide a report which gives insight into the availability of various browsers, plugins, and extensions, and the degree to which we need to archive these ourselves and how we can access them in an emulation environment and configure it within the emulation as a service framework. So both on the framework in general and on the browser emulation, 2 reports will come out soon. They'll be in English, so we'll try and share those with you guys as well. And we hope that will lower the threshold for institutions to start using emulation as a strategy for software preservation. Another thing that we will be doing in the next months is look at the metadata side of things, where we want to look at how we can describe environments, both hardware and software, and use available standards, and also build very much on the work of EASY projects and WikiDP. So also looking at using external databases to describe these environments. this is a brief overview of the project. If there are any questions, we would love to hear from you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jesse. Another very difficult problem. So Paul, any questions from the chat box?
Yes, unfortunately, some loud drilling has just started in my outside wall, so sorry if there's a lot of noise, but hopefully you can still hear me. Question from Andrew Waugh. Again, our big challenge with using emulation is legal issues of running copies of software and obtaining the copies of software in the first place. Any thoughts on that, Jesse?
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the big issues. And if there's any input on that, I would love to hear from you. So one of the things that I've tried to do is reach out to some of the big software vendors like the Microsofts and Apples of the world. I've heard rumors about countries or institutions that have made deals with them for using their older software, their older operating systems. I haven't been successful in getting through to the right person. They seem to be interested in the discussion, but it's really difficult to get someone to sign off on things. I think what we will provide from the project is so for instance, the stuff that we do with games and the regional archive in Alkmaar does the same thing. Is we approach game developers that are quite local or national, and they're actually honored to be in our collections, so we can make agreements with them about what we are and are not allowed to do with games that we get into our collection. The real issue is where software is not itself the purpose for cultural heritage reasons to be preserved, but it's the precondition to open certain other software or other files. These are often international vendors that are difficult to approach, and you cannot really appeal to them and say like, oh, your software is cultural heritage. But yeah, the UNESCO Persist project is being mentioned by William, and yes, there I think is a lot of room there for international collaboration around these issues as well. So yeah, it's not an easy answer, I know, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Jesse. Tobias Stanker is going to talk a little bit about legal aspects in the next session, stream 2 as well, so that might be one to follow. Have we got time for another question, Chris? I think we probably
maybe
have.
just one.
Okay, one question. Quick question on software as a service, software preservation from Zijin Chen. Does that mean every time we try and visit software, it will take time to start up? So what's the kind of fire up time when you're using software as a service? And did you find that to be a problem, or was it actually quite fast and not really an issue?
I'm really sorry, my internet connection is giving me issues. I couldn't quite hear the question. I apologize.
The question is about using software as a service and having to fire up the software. Is there a long delay? Is there a lag in getting it up and running?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Paul. I lost the connection almost completely.
Maybe we can continue the discussion after the session. I guess we can keep the room open for a while. So we have come to the end of this session, and we have looked at a range of challenges, and they seem very difficult challenges, and I'm not sure they can be addressed by the time of next IPRES in Beijing. So let's take this time to applaud all our presenters. Thank them. If you could turn on your video and yeah, give them a round of applause. Okay, the next session will be in 15 minutes time. So yeah, you can log back into this room or another one. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Paul. Yeah, good job.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Chris.
Presenters. Yeah, very interesting session.
See you all for the next sessions.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose people are left for lunch. For the break. Okay. I'm the chair of the next session, and I saw that Adam and Angela, you were already here before. Oh.
Hello.
Hello, Antonio. Hello, Natasha.
Hello there. Hi.
But okay, who are missing this? Maria, you're not in the agenda, but are you going to talk as well? Should I introduce you?
The speaker is Antonio.
Okay, but you will take the difficult questions. Okay, Paul was still participating in the other session. Yeah, there are too many people, so I'm not sure how to find everybody. Okay. Anyway, so John, are you still here? Is everything okay with the?
I'm just checking the speakers just now for you. We've still got. We don't start back for another 10 minutes or so. So there's still plenty of time for people to.
Sure, but I'm just technical. So Natasha, you were already saying something. So your audio is fine. We can see you fine. So video is okay.
I just want to say I probably will be sharing the desktop just in case I can show a quick demo. So I won't be just sharing the PowerPoint presentation. I'm not sure if that makes a difference.
No, that's fine. Do you want to test it just now, Natasha, just to see it?
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm going to click on the share screen.
Yeah. Antonio, can you say a few more words?
Yeah, I will share a PowerPoint file.
Can you see?
Yes, we can see your screen.
Okay, you can see multiple applications. Great. I will just get out now. Stop sharing now. Is there a way? Okay, probably here. Stop share. Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. You already followed the previous session, so the procedures are as usual. You all have. I'll try to be as short as possible in the overall introduction to this session and to the stream, and then get to Adam and Angela as soon as possible. Hi, Adam. I see you're out of your computer.
Hello, am I here?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Nice background. Joyful.
Hey, I meant to chat with Natasha about this earlier, but would it make sense to flip the order of the first two talks? Would that be too disruptive to do it at the last minute?
I don't mind. That's up to Natasha and John to say.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
If it's fine with Natasha, it's fine with us. Yeah, as long as we're keeping to the overall time, it's not a problem.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Adam, a question to you. So yeah, your video and audio, everything works fine. Can confirm that. But you have a common presentation with Angela. So who is going to talk? Is it going to be just you or both?
It's Adam.
Okay. Hi, Angela.
Hi there, Kuldar. Adam, I think you sound very quiet. Can you adjust your microphone?
Is that any louder?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, the usual things. I'll be introducing you and introducing the session very shortly. Then I have a timer running on 7 minutes. So when this timer runs until the end, it means you will hear a ding. Was that audible? Okay. And that means that you have 1 minute. And then as I'm in Estonia and I don't know anything about politeness, then after your 8 minutes are over, then I will very unpolitely just stop you and turn to questions. In terms of the co-chair, John, Alyssa was supposed to be the co-chair, I think. I can't hear you.
I am not 100% who's supposed to be the co-chair. I'll just find out. 2 seconds.
Too many papers here. Okay. Alison Campbell, but she was in another session before. Yeah, it doesn't seem to have arrived yet.
I'll get in touch with Alison. I'll make sure she's here. Don't worry. I'll send her a message just now.
Okay, and he was already co-chairing another session before the break, so I suppose she's well aware of everything. So no worries there. And that's it. I think we have checked the audio connections, everything with everybody who is already here. We are still missing Paul and Kai. Paul Stokes, Kai Naumann, not here yet. So okay, I'll monitor the situation. Once they are there, can do the quick checks with them as well. But Natasha, you will start. So I suppose you have a few minutes if you want to get a glass of water or something. And then everybody else as well. So we'll start at 11:35 Central European time. And get yourself together. Focus, and let's have the best session of this Vimy Cypress. And just to check with John, my audio is fine. Any issues there?
Sounds great, Kilda. Not a problem.
Okay.
Everything sounds great. I'm just going to put the break slide back up so people can see when we're just going to start back. I can take it down if anybody wants to practice with their slides.
Antonio, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I was trying to unmute.
No worries. Just saying that neither Kai or Paul seem to be in this session yet. I would expect they are coming at some point, but just to warn you that once Adam and Natasha have finished, they're still not here. And then there is a really slight chance that you can go a little bit earlier.
Okay.
If Kai or Paul have problems switching from other sessions or other streams, then the last resort would be to give the floor to you.
Fine. Thank you for telling me. I will be prepared.
And you can monitor yourself as well. So I think both Paul and Kai had presentations in the previous session, which is not the same stream and the same link.
Yeah.
So I expect them to be here, but just in case.
I think we've got a new coach here for you, Kildare. Marcel is going to step in and do that in this session.
Yeah, I already got a text from him. Hi, Marcel.
Hi, Kildare. Hello, everyone. I'll undo the Q&A.
Good.
Hello, Marcel. How are you doing? It's good to see you again.
Hi, Antonio. Good to see you again.
Adam, I sent you a message because I really like the audio and video. Well, the audio, mostly the video quality you have. So yeah, it would be really good if you could share your config with us.
Aha, it's my secret technique. No, I actually I use my DLSR for the video.
That explains everything.
Yeah, so then you can use a proper lens. And this year, both Canon and Sony, I don't know about Nikon, have made drivers available. So you can use, if you have a camera with like a live view mode, you can just plug it directly in and use it for sort of webcam and streaming stuff. It's been nice to be able to do that and not have to worry about the little webcam on my, at this point, slightly in wanted being replaced laptop.
Right. Thank you for sharing.
And by the way, it is impossible, at least in the UK, to buy a decent webcam anymore, right? Since about April.
Mm. Thank you.
I like your Mac in the background.
Mm. Yeah, I buy them non-functional, and then I repair them and so on to make them work. So this is something I like to do. I enjoy doing.
Excellent hobby.
Yeah. I have a very little spare time, but I'm working now on IBM 5100. So yeah, one of the XT, the some of the part of the history now.
Yeah, it's good to have all the history discussions. That's also something we discuss every now and then. What should be the relevance of actually keeping older software and also hardware available just for people to see in future. Anyway, we are now on time, so it's we are about to start the next session, and I'm Kildare from the National Archives of Estonia, and I try to do my best to chair this session here. So what you are following now is then session 2, stream 1, digital preservation in 2021. If you are more interested in listening to things that happened in 2019 or things that still happen in 2020, then the links to the other streams as well as stream 4 are in the chat box. But here in this session, we'll have 5 excellent presentations on different aspects of the things in digitalization that will influence us more in the coming years. I would also like to draw your attention to a little change in the agenda. So we'll have flipped the 2 starting presentations, and as such, I'm giving the floor, the virtual floor, to Natasha Milic-Freling from Intact Digital Limited to talk about taking access to the next level, legacy software hosting and remote use of archived content. Natasha, please.
Thank you very much. Just start there. I'm very pleased to present to you today on the issue of access to digital content, because that has been kind of my preoccupation for several years now. My name is Natasha Milic-Freling, and I am CEO and founder of Intact Digital. I have been involved with preservation issues for a while now, primarily through Planets and Scape projects at the beginning, and now with the UNESCO. So today I will tell you more about what we have done in order to ensure that digital archives records can be accessed. Importance of digital archives is extremely high because of the transfer knowledge function that they have across time. And we know that the value of the archives really is in providing the right information to the right people at the right time. And now in the times of this pandemic, so that people are seeking for ways to find the most effective vaccine or medication. This is about understanding what happened in the past and how we can use the past records to innovate in the future. And I'm using this bioanalysis example just to illustrate to you how part of the industry that are really, really keen on access to digital records, how they manage it. In bioanalysis, normally people have instruments, very sophisticated instruments that they use to process a specimen, and then the raw data from these instruments get moved to specialist applications. The specialist applications provide data analysis, and all of that together goes into a digital archive that stores full information about a study that has been completed. Now, this information has to be accessible and verifiable at any point in time, which means that archive is continuously accessed, and there's ongoing integrity checks, and most importantly, there is a check that the analysis of the data actually is stays faithful to what was done originally. So the industry itself has adopted very strict guidelines. These are called good laboratory practices, and these good laboratory practices must be followed. And then there are organizations like OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, that helps organizations interpret these principles and then put in place practices. And I'm just here highlighting 2. One is about importance of having the raw data from those instruments, analysis specimens put in the archive, and then being able to look at the data and see the same analysis. And for that, they also advise putting software, preparing software and putting in the archive if necessary to have these ongoing checks. So how does this normally work? And so the archive has raw data, preserved digital objects, metadata. They have preservation workflows. All of that is within the archive. But then there is this PC that has the software, and then the raw data is exported from the archive into the PC. And then whatever is seen on the screen at that moment, meaning the results of the analysis, need to be compared with the report that has been preserved. So this is the validation, and that's done constantly. On a monthly basis, they may be doing integrity checks, and then on a 6-month basis, they will be doing software checks. I'm mentioning this because this is an excellent example where things work brilliantly most of the time until the time comes when it starts creating headaches and challenges. And that's the time when the operating system changes. Even if the hardware stays, when the operating system becomes unsupported, then things become much more difficult, because the operating system then causes the security threats that need to be mediated by isolating the PC. At that moment when a PC is isolated, then the files need to be transferred from the archive into the PC. That requires physical access. So everything becomes much more difficult. And then, of course, now if you look at the rate at which operating systems are becoming unsupported, most recently Windows 7 in January 2020, it doesn't have any more even extended support. So now all the studies are being affected since 2009 to 2020 that use the software released in that period. If you look at even further back with Windows XP, which was released in 2001, the support ended in 2014. So we now have 2 decades of studies, and these 2 decades of studies are being affected by the obsolescence. I just want to mention, just to put this in context, we had a SARS epidemic in 2002, and the records from that time are now 18 years old. And that is the time of XP, and that is the time of Intel, chip number 4. So that was a different sort of era. The question then is, can we now, when we're struggling with COVID-19, go back to those records? Can we go and allow and enable scientists all over the world look at the data that is relevant? And fortunately, yeah, the answer is yes. And here I'm putting the implementation that actually allows that. On the right-hand side, there is what we call it a software library. This is the environment in which the software is installed in virtual machines. And this is the environment in which data needs to be brought in order for the data to be reprocessed with the original software. I'm using here a software called Analyst 1.4.2, which actually is used in viral analysis. And then anybody can come to their PC and access the installations from their browsers. And so I will now just demonstrate to you quickly how that's done, just to explain how it is possible to get the data in, even though you have to mediate a couple of risks. The XP installation has to be isolated because it's kind of vulnerable, and that data still need to reach that virtual machine effectively and easily for end users to use. So this is enter to a portal of the software library. Which then brings people to a place where they can find these virtual desktops. So I mentioned there is a desktop that I will need to transfer the data, and this desktop needs to talk to external world. Desktop, it has to be, say, on contemporary operating system that is supported, and then the desktop will take me either to a portal where repository where I may have my data, or it may take me to an archive if I have access to the repository. And then at the same time, I'm going to start a desktop. This is a desktop where I need to transfer the data to. This is the XP environment in which actually we have the application running. So if I go here to the transfer desktop, I have 3 areas where I can put the data. Say, here's my browser. I can get out and bring the data in. There are many different methods, so I won't bother with this. Say here, I have put the data in an area, which is my personal area, where I can get information, say a couple of files that I wish to use in my experiments. So the same U drive now is available also here in this environment. And that's the key, because this environment here doesn't have access to the rest of the world. And here's the data that I would like to now check with my applications. I can go and say, and do a multiple analysis and click like here. At that point in time, this is the file that is very old, is activating the application. The application is Analyst 1.4.2. If you're curious how old it is, we can check. So this is an installation, a release of 2004. This is 16 years old, and the data is quite old as well. If I just want to see the data, I can click a couple of links here, and the analysis is in front of me. I can do this to any file. So the point here is that with this environment, we can create software installations that can then be used for often very kind of proprietary formats of thousands of documents. So creating a software library that has this effective access is absolutely key to continuing to use the digital archive that is so carefully retained, say, by bioanalysis in the sector. And just looking ahead, yes, there are many, many challenges, as Summer mentioned. And I just want to say we got very, very far, and there's still a way to go. But working together, I think we will make services of this sort commonplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Natasha. It's really fascinating to see the work being done in this area. But apologies to Marcel, who I forgot to introduce before. So Marcel is the co-chair of this session. And Marcel, are there any questions to Natasha?
Yeah, there are questions actually. Well, there was first question: is there a paper about this wonderful work you did, Natasha?
No, have not published anything yet on the system, but we hope in the future. We're primarily focusing on practice, of course, and engineering behind, but definitely happy to share with the community and share know-how, because there are lots of intricacies involved in creating integrated environment like this.
Yeah, well, Adam added a link to your work in the chat. So in the chat you can also see some more information about it. Another question from Paul Stokes. Can an environment be spun up through an API call? So run the script and then return an output.
At the moment, the system doesn't expose APIs. This is all pretty much in the integrated environment that combines the virtual desktop delivery, which is maintained and supported by Citrix. And then on the back end, there is a Zen hypervisor environment in which applications are hosted. So creating an API for this is quite complex. Of course, if somebody just looks at the installations, access to installations, to be honest, is actually the easiest part. The hardest bit here is mediating all the intricacies of the security and exposure, because the virtual machines have to spun out. We have to be able to close something if something goes wrong, meaning that if there is an attack on an operating system or anything, it needs to be very carefully monitored. Yeah, so in short, I think it'd be very hard to create APIs to interface with the whole system, but some parts, yes.
Okay. Thank you, Natasha, and really great work. And I hope that we will have a few minutes in the end of the session to potentially come back to some other questions. So I really see there are quite a few ones. But with this, I'd like to turn your attention to Adam Farquhar and Angela Tapper, which are going to be the next presenters from Digital Lifecycle Management. And they are continuing to talk about managing risk in long-term software installations. Adam, please.
Let's see, I think I need to share my screen. And all right, good. So it's great to see so many of you here. The presentation I'm giving reflects work that's done by Angela Dappert and myself together with Natasha. Angela has made many key contributions to European digital preservation projects. A member of the British Library's digital preservation team, first head of research and practice at the DPC, serves on the Premise editorial committee, and is editor of the book Digital Preservation Metadata for Practitioners. I've spent 15 years or so with the British Library, where I founded its digital preservation team, founded the Open Preservation Foundation, led activities including the DPC Award winning Planets project. And this year, Angela and I partnered to establish Digital Lifecycle Management LLP, where we focus on digital preservation, but also AI, machine learning, and advanced technology applications. So today we're talking about this work we've done with Natasha at Intact Digital, and you've just seen an example of it. we're focusing on this very specific digital preservation challenge of enabling long-term use of software systems and data. And this differs from preserving digital documents or software alone. It emphasizes enabling people to use, interrogate, and inspect a software installation with its accompanying data. It's backed by a library with software data and knowledge resources required to use it. This is a really pragmatic, business value-driven activity that's growing importance to commercial and government institutions, as well as national university libraries, archives, and research institutes. I'll give you 3 typical use cases where we observe it to be highly relevant. I worked in the energy sector for a while. And, there, companies conduct large-scale seismic studies to find oil or gas reserves. These studies are expensive, impossible to repeat, and produce large, complex data sets. Sometimes, in fact, it's decades before the technical, political, and financial conditions enable further exploration. You have to go back and resurrect the original systems for data analysis and export. In highly regulated sectors like pharma, companies need to demonstrate the precise basis for scientific claims like the efficacy of a drug using the original data and software. Finance companies may similarly need to explain loan decisions based on automatic systems many years after the fact. And all organizations need to retire legacy systems and data. This is a high-risk activity because new systems mess up data, core functions might be implemented incorrectly, and sometimes this is in ways that takes years to surface. So having confidence that you can go back to the original system and data and really reduces risk and cost. So taking advantage of new business opportunities, meeting regulatory requirements, improving operations, these are high value activities that can benefit from long-term software installations. So the rest of this talk is, I hope, for anyone who might be thinking about ensuring long-term access to software and data. Some of the risks around creating long-term software installations occur in most technical projects designed to deliver clear business value, but these projects and services differ in some important ways. They may be used infrequently, and most of the important use cases may not arise for years, and that means we have to adjust the way we think about how they return value. In addition, they may need to work for decades, which makes them highly susceptible to business and organizational changes, in addition to changes in technology and expectations of users. The risk you identify may be remote or unlikely. So it's especially important to have a robust risk management plan. We recommend a cross-functional team that conducts a thorough annual review with a smaller group holding lighter periodic reviews as escalating risks as needed. We have to consider also there are 2 quite distinct phases in this long-term software installations. There's that startup phase. We focus on discovery. It's a typical IT project. And second is this operational phase that can last decades. And here the focus is on managing and adapting to change. And we all talk about taking risks related to business and organizational change seriously, but in these types of projects, the risks, they will materialize. It's a matter of when, not if. A long-term access project requires you also to track many risks, so you need a framework for organizing them. We recommend grouping your risks into 5 areas. You have to ensure that the service reflects stable business drivers and values. It needs also to meet the long-term regulatory expectations as well as licensing demands. These projects have a high business value, but low and sporadic use, and that makes it even more important to ensure that there are good champions and there's good placement of the service within the organization. Even if your organization has the knowledge and skills it needs to build, deploy, operate, and use the systems in the scope for long-term installations, it soon won't. You have to identify and monitor the loss of those skills. So I've listed a few of the many technology factors that introduce risks. Simply identifying the scope of systems and components is challenging. Many risks are introduced by architectural and technical dependencies. The access service itself also provides challenges, and I'd really highlight the gap that will open up between users' evolving expectations and the fixed interfaces of the systems that are in the long-term installation. So these 5 areas provide a starting place to consider the many risks you need to efficiently manage and track over the service lifetime. So in our broader work, we've dealt an extensive set of applicable risks as well as checklists to complement them, and we'll hope to be writing that up during the course of the year. So often these projects will be connected to an old system, right? It won't use the latest technology or architecture. It will have been patched and rewired and rebuilt in flight. The documentation will be horrendously out of date. During discovery, you'll be talking to many people who were involved in those systems, and you're going to be asking difficult questions. And the answers may feel embarrassing. You really need to understand each person's connection to the system. You have to treat the experts, both technical and domain, right? You have to truly respect their contribution. And I think people often will say things like, well, I have no ego here. It won't bother me. Don't believe them when they say that. It's best to be upfront. These discussions always get awkward. Another real life lesson is around enterprise components. Services like authentication or corporate databases, they make your IT estate more efficient. It's great, but they introduce dependencies. Furthermore, the choice of those enterprise services may change abruptly at the drop of a contract, if you will. You need to isolate your long-term installations from the enterprise services and insulate them from the effects of changes in them. Many of us have done acceptance tests, making sure services meet our requirements. In the long-term installation context, we should be making it as easy as possible for our service partner to determine if things are working correctly. Be sure that you can carry out smoke tests that they can carry out the smoke tests to broadly confirm basic functionality. I think it's important to note that over time, the balance of knowledge should shift towards the partner as we move further and further away from those old systems. Problems with time delays, I found super fascinating. Systems install clean, all the tests work, but then after a few days, uses or weeks, they demand a license code that doesn't exist. It was last seen on someone's Post-it note. Maybe the original software supplier is out of business. Fixing problems like these takes some real deep technical expertise as well as diagnostic skill. So I'd like to conclude with a set of recommendations. Long-term software installations need long-term commitments. Plan for a decade, not a year. Use a structured approach to identify and manage your risks. Explain the software license, expect that software licensing is going to be ambiguous, and plan to absorb some business risk there. Transfer knowledge to the vendor before you lose it. You've moved on from this daily use of those systems. You don't need to retain the expertise. Plan for the service to outlast your current staffing and organizational structure, and plan for the day that users have lost all familiarity with every aspect of the system and how to interact with it. And lastly, capture and write up success stories and case studies and share them widely. They're the key basis for the future business decisions about whether to continue to run the service. So thanks very much for your attention. If you or your colleagues are thinking about building long-term access solutions, I hope that this discussion has been helpful. And now I'll turn over to the chair. Maybe we have time for one question.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Adam. Thank you very much, Angela. And Marcel.
Yes.
One question of your choice.
One question of my choice. Let's see. Well, can you clarify transfer knowledge to the vendor before you lose it? Shouldn't that be transferred from the vendor to you?
So this is interesting. And actually, no, I meant what I said, although I've been called out on using the word vendor in this context.
Yeah.
But so here you are. You're in an organization. You've relied for years on a key software system to do, for instance, analysis and research. Right. That's no longer necessary. You're archiving the system and the data in an environment where people can go and use it. So within your organization, you currently have expertise in how to use that system. over time, the expertise within the organization will decay. And so you've got to have somebody, a trusted partner really, who will take on the responsibility for capturing and maintaining that expertise in an archival environment. So in 10 and 20 years, someone can come and say, okay, we've got to unpack that. How do we do it? They can help that person to unwrap it and figure out how to use and make sense of the system and the software.
Can I add to this? I think I have pointed out the confusion of the word vendor before. With a vendor, really, we mean a service that preserves software for long-term access, like Natasha's company. So it's not like transferring software back to the vendor that sold it to you, but making sure that we engage somebody like Natasha's company as early as possible and give them as much information as possible, so the competence is maintained at the source of preservation.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you very much. That's really a fascinating topic. I can just very quickly comment here that also the Estonian public sector is looking very much into public sector services, virtual services, and how these could be preserved and carried on into the future. So I suppose there is a lot to talk about when we meet the next time. But now it's about time to move forward, and partially related to the previous comment on the public sector data and services. Next up is Kai Naumann from Landesarchiv Baden-Württemberg. And he is going to talk about 125 databases for the year 2080, a challenge and how it can be managed. Please, Kai.
Right, yeah. I'm struggling with setting the presentation free in the proper way. And now I have to choose which screen to share, and hopefully, oh my goodness. Messed it up. Well, I'll try again. Sorry. Can you bridge it by asking a question to Adam and Angela, please?
Indeed. Adam, your possibility. Do you want to select something from the chat box, or Marcel? Do you have the next one in line?
There was one question very early from Paul. What about the data? So you're focusing on the systems, but isn't it also about the value of the data?
Yeah. And maybe Natasha would be best placed to answer that, but I think that's it's absolutely correct. Long-term software installations are including both the software, the data that's being used with it, as well as the knowledge that's required to interpret the data and the system and use them together.
Thank you. Kai, how is it going?
No, well, the slides still don't run. I'll have to detach an external monitor and maybe that'll fix it. Sorry.
Should we continue with Paul?
Yeah, why not? Go for it. Yeah.
Paul, would you be ready to jump in?
Yes, I'm ready. Yes. So hang on a sec. I'll just do this.
And in the meantime, yeah, your presentation is your introduction is the shortest. Paul Stokes from CHIS.
Okay.
And the topic is 3C, carbon costs of curation.
Now, hopefully, if I keep talking, this will flip to my face. Could you mute yourself for a second? There we go. Hopefully, you'll see me in a second. So, 3C, the carbon costs of curation, which hopefully will pop up on screen in a second. If I do this, hang on. That's better. Oh, there we go. There. Okay. In case you're wondering about the logos, by the way, I'm Paul Stokes. I'm a director of OPF and chairperson of the company for the next 3 months. I'm also a director of the DPC and chair of the Advocacy and Community Engagement ACE committee. Thank you, Sarah, for the acronym. And I work for JISC as project owner of preservation on what used to be called the Research Data Shared Service, and then the Open Research Hub, and now, well now it's actually simply called JISC Preservation. So hopefully most people here will have heard of this, the 4C project, a collaboration to clarify the costs of curation. It took me a long time to get that right, but I got it right eventually. It ended 5 years ago, and it's still being quoted all over the shop, left, right, and center. In particular, a couple of the outputs are being used widely. The curation cost exchange, it's still being used, being developed, and data is still being added to helping people to compare their costs with their peers. And the roadmap, interestingly on the roadmap, the vision in 5 years' time, in 2020, it'll be easier to design or procure cost-effective and efficient digital curation because it'll be understood. 5 years' time, that's about now. Are we there? Well, not quite. Hey, it was aspirational in those days, and it's still aspirational. But we know a lot more about costs now and how to model and calculate them. It's been clarified to an extent. However, there's a big but. What about the carbon costs? Very little work has ever been undertaken to understand the costs of the power required to both build and run the infrastructure that allows us to preserve digital objects, in particular the carbon costs of curation. So a rhetorical question, you don't need to answer this because I will answer in a second. Do you know how much power is consumed by data centers worldwide? So is it 10 terawatt hours? No, it's not. Is it perhaps 50 terawatt hours? No, it's not. 100? Getting closer, but no. The actual figure that's widely quoted is about 416 terawatt hours. So that's a lot of power. And these are other figures you can pick up from literature here and there and everywhere. 3% of the world's electricity is used by data centers, and 40% of the total UK's electricity equivalent. And then Amazon's carbon footprint, a small country, well, yeah. And Ireland is the worst UK offender, worst EU offender, carbon offender. That's mainly because Ireland is a home for many, many data centers. Sorry, Natalie. So trying to contextualize that number, it's big. 416 terawatt hours. That's 416 with 12 zeros after it. That's enough to boil. I'm not going to try and say the number, but it's 1.04 times 10 to the 16 kettles in a year. And that's the equivalent of about 295 million metric tons of carbon dioxide. One scary part of this as well is that data centers are generally quoted as accounting for about 45% of the IT industry emissions. So that's about 653 million metric tons total. And how much of that is due to curation? Well, we don't really know. That's the short answer. The longer answer is we don't know a lot, but we know a little. We haven't really started thinking about how much data curation costs, but it's something we need to start thinking about because in the future it can become more and more important. There are a few things that are certain in this world of preservation. Data generation is increasing exponentially. We all know that. We'll run out of space eventually, but that's another story. And so theoretically, data preservation should be also increasing exponentially, although it will be lagging behind data generation because you don't preserve everything and there's curation involved in price selection. But it's something that there's always going to get bigger. So preservation and data storage processing will never decrease in any meaningful way. So what? Well, we need to start doing something about it. So what can we do? Well, to be honest, I haven't got any answers. I just looked at the numbers and got boggled, and I've got too much on my plate at the moment to do other things. But things we could start with, we could start by benchmarking to understand the problem. We could investigate the directly applicable carbon costs. It is possible to find out how much power is being used in the data center, and theoretically also how much power is being used by the curation aspects of it, the preservation aspects of your use of your data center. If those figures are being collected at sufficiently granular detail and they're not being collected in that way they need to be. We can investigate the indirect carbon costs, the costs involved in producing the infrastructure, the embodied carbon in the machines we use, in the all the bits and pieces around the infrastructure and so on. And then we can take steps to curate, to alleviate the problem. We can curate, we can throw things away. We don't need to keep everything. We can procure renewable and low carbon services, and we can measure and see if we are making an impact and where we can make a difference and start doing it. And when we do that, we need to share that information. There's no good trying to do this in the isolation of your own little cell, or in Adam's case, a very nice office. But so share that information. And if you find information about this, if you start doing research about this, please, please, please tell everyone and tell me as well. Thank you. Questions?
Special thank you to Paul and keeping to exactly the time. Yeah, Marcel.
Yes, I don't see any questions yet in the chat.
I asked all the questions. Everyone's got the answers.
Yeah, you asked the questions, Paul. But there is a link to one of the Digital Preservation Awards finalists. The research been done previous year on carbon costs.
Okay, but then I suppose it's the possibility for.
Yeah, another question from Andrea. How do we raise awareness that the carbon cost is a problem?
Well, we can start by things like this, raising awareness within our community, but also we need to start telling the powers that be, start telling the people who are making the financial decisions, the procurement departments, essentially shout from the rooftops. I don't have all the answers. Use every channel you've got, tweet about it, tell people. Those numbers are mind-bogglingly big, and use analogies to get people to understand just how big and how terrible that situation is.
No. Well, I do have an interesting paradox in the Netherlands. We have a national strategy for digital heritage, and well, one of the main goals of that strategy is having more collections digitized, more collections available 24/7 on fast storage for everyone. So what about that? Should we think about that, having all these digital stuff available?
Yeah, definitely. For one thing, does it need to be available 24/7 all the time at a moment's notice? And it probably doesn't. People need to accept the fact there will be delays in getting access to the information, because the other side of the equation is the carbon cost, the power cost.
Yeah.
Yes, and also in the public sector archiving, government archiving, business archiving, the main job of the archivist is to actually keep read of data, to find out what is the 90% of data you don't need in the organization or in a government, and what can you actually delete. So I'm just starting to wonder if this kind of carbon cost of curation would be a great selling argument for archiving and preservation in general, so including then also the destruction and offline storage.
Yeah.
Curation involves deletion. That's one of the key messages to get across.
Yeah, there's a perfect connection with our keynote this morning. Said it cannot be available 24/7.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's me.
Preservation rebellion.
I like the concept.
Thanks, William.
Thank you, Paul. And now let's make a second try with Kai Naumann.
Yeah, another one.
Once more.
Now, I hope for a better result. This is crazy stuff. I see. Okay.
At least you can see your video.
Cannot as yet see my screen, can't you? This is full screen mode. I'm tapping on it.
Can you find the share screen button in Zoom controls?
Yeah, indeed, I'm trying to. I will switch off the one-person view, and now it may be easier. Screen sharing. It's like rocket science. I'm going to stop my video. Maybe that way. Oh yeah, there is something. One more minute. Now you can only see, you don't see the presentation mode of my presentation, and it's fairly small, but the type is good enough, isn't it? Oh, no, right now you're seeing a kind of a box with a
VMS TV press press agenda, but now we are back with the presentation. Yes.
You see the presentation. Brilliant. Okay, I'm going to talk about how to preserve 125 databases for the year 2080. Can you actually see the whole slide? Can you? In fact, you might just see a tiny bit of it, or can you see all the bullets?
There is the chat box on top of it, partially at least in my view.
Oh my!
The Zoom chat box, but I wouldn't worry too much about it. So just continue with
no, let me have another try to get at the best way of looking at them. That's the whole screen view. Now you should see everything. All right. We're a knowledge center about the past of the state of Baden-Württemberg, my employer. We are a key research infrastructure for the past. We save records of all kinds as cultural heritage, and we are a founding member of the DMARC development group. We've got over 100 partners from Austria, Germany, and Switzerland. The Landesarchiv's got a lot of sites, 9 sites. We've got an impressive budget. And I'll spare you with the other numbers, except the 290 million dataset rows we already archive. So we are doing database archiving on a large scale. The challenge I've set up is, how do you preserve 125 databases of diverse origin for future use from the year 2080 onwards? How do you prepare them in such a way that they can be used in as many ways as possible in 2080? And in the following 60 years, no cost should be incurred apart from secure storage, and the database contents must not be publicly accessible. I conceived the challenge in March during lockdown, and I disseminated it on mailing lists in April. And in August, I've already talked about it at the Joint Conference on Digital Libraries, and you can have a look at the paper, the state of the paper it had before I met you at Mimus iPress, and I'm looking forward to your answers on the challenge. There are 2 basic methods, and we've heard a lot about emulation today, but also there's migration to some robust format as a basic strategy. And we set up the challenge because as the Landesarchiv, we see that there are 2 competing methods right now, since emulation as a service has really had a rise in the last 10 years. And on the other hand, eArc, Karin Bredenberg will be amongst us, has made some progress as well on ZART, because they want to establish ZART as a European Union standard, or at least a specification. I've received 5 solutions so far. The CSV solution is the most common one. You choose the most important tables, or you prepare archival tables. You export them to CSV, you make an XML description of the fields and relations, you take screenshots of the graphical user interface, you add handbooks and tutorials for the database, and otherwise for the next 60 years, you just wait. The XML solution is fairly similar. The only difference is that you don't store the data as CSV, but as XML, and you might want to stick to the ZART schema doing that. And otherwise, you'd only wait for the year 2080 to come. And now the 2 emulative solutions. First one is to take disk images of the client hardware, take disk image of the server hardware. Then you'd have to preserve the necessary operating system environments. And you might want to add handbooks or tutorials, because it's not always easy to understand the database, how it's working. And then you do what Adam Farquhar has already explained, you have to check performance. You have to look at the risk that is implied with a strategy. Someone else told me to kind of refine it using Docker as the technology for your images, because this in the last 5 to 10 years has made it easier to construct the images you need. And then there's been one last idea that can only work for databases with a full web-based front end that displays a complete list of their objects. And for those databases, you could let a crawler translate all database content into a walk file. And this suggestion also had had a mixture of strategies which I very much liked. That you could kind of let another crawler crawl the server as well, and you could also use the CSV solution on part of the data and use this for quality assessments. Otherwise, you'd have to wait. So to sum it up, I'm looking for ways to forecast the cost of the whole endeavor. And on this diagram, you can see the XML and CSV strategies in brown and blue in the front, and to the back, you can see the other 3 solutions. And I imagine that doing emulation is a bit more costly, represented by this larger surface of these silhouettes. And I'd really love to gain further insight from the client perspective. And it's great to have seen all the presentations about the vendor perspective on emulative services and other preservation services maybe as well. And if you reflect on our oldest holding, our oldest database is from 1961. It was populated on rented IBM machines, and they made 6 million individual punched cards, but most of them were destroyed in 1968 by a flooding. Those individual punched cards were lost, and the only surviving part were 1.5 million punched cards with calculated sums on every constituency, on every area of the land of Baden-Württemberg. They were migrated. They were only transferred to the state archives in 2006. And I wonder if we can do better for the 60 years to come. It is really unpredictable, but I can see that there are vendors out there, and I'd like to gather more answers on the challenge. And I will, with my colleagues, set up a workshop on the issue of database archiving at our site at Stuttgart in 2021. And now please discuss. Thank you, and sorry for the inconvenience I caused with my technical problems.
Thank you, Kai, and no worries. On the positive side, you were again exactly on time, so it's a pleasure to chair such a session. Marcel, any questions?
Instead of the technical issues, we're running on time. So there are a couple of questions. So there was the question Andrea pointed out, why wait 60 years? There was also an answer on that question, but still, why wait 60 years? Okay.
Well, it's because of our business model. Archives have the duty to withhold data from the public for some time because it's data protection issue. And the longest term we have been ruled by the lawmaker is 60 years. So I thought it would be reasonable to kind of be able to withhold it for 60 years. So we need services that make sure this data still exists, but not by volunteers, not by the crowd, because, well, data protection urges us to do it that way.
Okay, but is there any checking in between? So without giving public access, do you check software? Do you check the data in between? Because 60 years is quite a long span of time. And
well, in my view, we should have service contracts with companies or our own staff that do regular checks, and we would have to set up software that controls the emulation environments, I guess.
Yeah. I'm also personally interested in whether you think that a one and single approach to archiving databases is kind of a feasible approach. So in the end of the day, we see all kinds of databases everywhere. So you have cloud services, single large-scale systems. You have systems which are more oriented on providing, let's say, end-user services through a user interface, through a web interface, through APIs. So is there actually a one and only solution which should be preferred? Or
No,
would it be trying to have it?
I don't think so. I would love service providers to offer mixed solutions. If you look at 125 databases throughout the administration of this country, they'd be fairly different. And I think a reasonable answer would be to kind of divide them into archival groups that fit, or to divide them into strategy groups, like databases where the GUI is really important. You do emulation, but for others you just CSV them, right?
Okay, thank you. And with this, many thanks to Kai. And we'll move on to the next, last presentation in this session, and that's Antonio Guillermo Martinez from LibNova, and he's going to talk about learnings from artificial intelligence applied to digital preservation. And I'm personally already very interested to learn whether it's going to be 2021 or 2025 when I'm being put out of job because the little artificial intelligence software pieces are doing all the work of digital archivists. Right. So please, Antonio.
Thank you, Kuldar. First, I would like to, well, I have two ideas for Kai for the database problem that I think may be useful for you. The first one is when you are preserving the CSVs or the XML, which in my opinion are the best among all the options, I would do both of them. I would also keep the original files in the package because it's going to be it's going to cost nothing to keep the original files. And if you have some problem when you are exporting all these database to an CSV and XML and so on, you will at least, and when you discover this in 60 years in the future, you will have at least the original formats someone could access to and solve. This is the first idea. And the second idea that you are not considering in the list, but I think it could make a lot of sense. I would not recommend that, but yes, for you to consider, is why not moving all the database to another database that is current? So using PostgreSQL or MySQL, something that is open source, but a database engine. So this way you would have all databases in a database engine that you would migrate over time, which probably would make a lot more sense than using Docker or other emulation technologies and so on. Just two ideas, if this could help you. So
brilliant, thank you.
You're welcome. I will share my screen. Right. Are you able to see it now? Perfect. So, okay. So, as Kuldar said, I'm Antonio Guillermo. I am the CEO of LibNova. Many of you already know us. We are a major digital preservation solutions provider. We're working with customers like Oxford University, Hila at Stanford University, Oxford, the British Library, the Holocaust Museum, and we are one of the 5 selected companies worldwide to be part of the Archiver project, the CERN's Archiver project, on working how to preserve research data at scale. So, and our promise to the community is to provide the most advanced digital preservation platform existing. So this is the promise we are making to the community, and to our customers. And to be able to do that, innovation is crucial for us. So we are devoting a large amount of resources to understand what's coming next and to start working in advance. Yeah. So 5 years ago, we created the LibNova research labs. We call them LibNova labs. That basically has been so the output of this unit has been driving the company innovation since then. So we are basically, this unit is working on 4 innovation areas, and one of them is artificial intelligence and machine learning applied to digital preservation. So we have many successful stories. So we are starting to we have been researching a lot over this technology, and we are starting to apply it to the products. We are starting to include it in the products and letting some selected customers to start using it, and for us to learn about it in order to make it part of the whole products. So we don't have time today to cover all the areas that we are having success with, but I would like to share 3 key areas in which we are impressed about the results, or key findings that we are having, because I think they make a lot of sense in the landscape. So the first one is that it's a key finding for me, is that we are implementing technology that we call explanatory artificial intelligence. So at the beginning, when we started implementing this kind of technology in the products, the technology worked really well, but we forgot a crucial thing, that is that the user is a key part of the process. So when thinking about automation and artificial intelligence, you usually tend to forget about the users, right, that are managing those systems. So even if the technology worked really well detecting things, the users managing it didn't understand what was happening under the hood, and the results were really bad. So we changed the approach to that. So instead of thinking on a tool that is going to do some process, and is going to group basically the output on certain elements, the technology we are creating basically explains you the reason why the platform is making this decision, or is suggesting you to make this decision. And this, what that seems extremely easy to do, is extremely complex to do in the real world, because basically the artificial intelligence or neural networks to a point work without you to know what is really happening in the model. So it is really complex for us to basically understand why the system is making some decisions or making some recommendations, and guide the user through them. And by doing so, we have been having great success with in several areas. The platform is not only so the organization that is using the platform is not only achieving better results, but also the platform is learning from the user. So basically what we are achieving is a better platform, better decision-making platform in the future, by getting the assistance from the user. When the platform fails to do something, the user is able to tell the platform that this has not been done correctly, and the platform is learning from that, which is a key factor. So the why the platform is making some decisions is crucial for us, and we change it completely changed the development of this kind of technology in the product. The second is that this platform, this kind of technology in a platform works really well for anomaly detection. Right. So in digital preservation, in some cases, you are always looking for objects that do not look the same as other objects. So part of your ingestion policy, you will probably create some checks that are going to verify that the incoming data is aligned with a policy. But this is really difficult to consider, or really expensive to consider all the possibilities that you could have there. So adding an additional layer about a system telling you when something does not look the same as other objects that you have previously ingested or other objects that are in the same package has been extremely good for the organizations we are testing with, to the point that we are detecting a lot of objects that are misaligned or that are against the not defined policy in the organization. So, and we do that basically using adversarial network autoencoders. So we analyze certain features for the content that you submit to the platform. This is all automated, right? So the system verifies, well, now we have like 30 something elements. I'm highlighting some of them here. The number of files that are part of the package, the files property extraction. So this means all the embedded metadata, for instance, for the files that are coming with them. The image, audio, or video content, basically properties, like content properties. So not looking at the container, but looking at the content that is inside the file. So if it's a black and white image, for instance, or if it's a what kind of quality, the blurriness of the image, and so on, we're extracting all these parameters to find the type of the image. We are extracting also the OCR content during the ingestion and all the available metadata for the file. And the platform is then going to analyze all these factors, is going to correlate them, and it's going to create basically an outliers kind of graphic like this one. So you get a very nice visual representation on what is, yeah, you have the core of the objects that you are ingesting, and you have some of them that are misaligned in certain properties, right? And when you select one of them, the system is telling you, something looks suspicious in the file format that you have in the object, right? So something is not aligned on this particular vector. So you can go and see the details and see why the platform is telling you that. Based on this, you can tell the platform, yeah, forget about it. This is right. So in the next iteration, the platform is going to take this decision into consideration, and it's not going to look it's not going to give you back this output and so on. And this is the way the system is learning. And the third key finding is the users, the organizations that are using this today are finding really good is that works really good is the automatic or automated metadata generation. So for instance, the platform is in a customer that is using it today is analyzing video and radio recordings, and the system is comparing them with another subset of data in which someone analyzed the data set and include the names of the ones talking or appearing in the video or in the audio file. So, and taking this knowledge base, the system is able to detect who is talking on them. This is the Nixon and John Fitzgerald Kennedy interview that was processed, and the system is detecting who was talking there and who was appearing them in the images and so on. In the data that, so in this customer, they are achieving a 99 something% of detection. So of the ones that are key, or the ones that have been included in the person's database that they were interested about. So we are applying the same concept to detecting other kinds of metadata. So like data that you may have in forms, kind of images, text under diagrams, tables, and so on. So we are applying the same concept to multiple kinds of content. And this is really nice, because when you enable it, this is free quality metadata, free of cost quality metadata. And the system is stable.
Unfortunately, we are out of time in this session.
Yeah, I finished. So I just finished. So thank you for that. You have my contact email there, so you can contact me if you have any question, or you can contact us if you want to have more information.
Thank you, Antonio. And though we are indeed already running into the next break, then Marcel, have you had any questions to Antonio?
Thank you, Antonio, for this wonderful presentation. Thank you for giving some insights in this developments. Are there any questions in the chat? I'm checking the chat now. Well, who's to blame that the AI makes a mistake? For example, making a private record public and deleting a vital record. What kinds of anomalies are you detecting?
Yeah, for the John question,
yeah.
So who is to blame? This is a very good question. The first point is that I would not make the artificial intelligence in charge of first making a private record public, right? So I would never do that. And the second one is I would never include in a preservation platform the artificial intelligence capability of deleting content, right? So these are things you never do. So this is a first point. About the anomalies that it is detecting, it is fine because you have no predefined list of anomalies that the system is looking. So the system is detecting objects that look in a different way. So if all the objects that you have in your archive are basically textual documents and then you ingest a map, for instance, or a set of maps, for the first set, the system is going to tell you, this looks completely different to everything else that you have already in your repository, right? Because yeah, the system should do that. So a human would tell you that. So this is a new collection. The user would tell you. So the system does exactly the same. And then you tell the system, yeah, this is fine. We're going to ingest maps, or this is for another collection, shouldn't be there, or blurry images, or really small files. What is happening now? The resolution of your files is 10 times less than you have in your collection. So something is happening here, right? So please look at it. It's like a safe belt, right? So it's like this kind of technology that is really because you have a very little cost to have it running. Basically, it's embedded into the platform and gives you this safety belt. So it's telling you, this is something for you to look at. Is this kind of assistant the one that we are achieving great success?
Thank you, Antonio. And with this, I would also like to conclude this session and indeed really thank all the excellent presenters. And I hope you all join me in having a quick clap and showing your appreciation. Now we are a little bit into the break, but still we have about 10 minutes and slightly more before the next stream and the next session begins. And John has already kindly also put the links to all the next streams into the chat box. So once more, thanks to everybody who presented, and thank you for the excellent questions and for following these presentations, and see you around.
Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm finally in the right stream. I just sat in one waiting for people to turn up, and then the chair arrived, and I thought, that's not the right stream, but that's okay. I'm here now.
You've got to be on the end. That's the main thing.
Yeah, exactly. My hair looks weird with this on. No, that looks weirder. Never mind. I think the sound is better with the headset, so I'm going to stick with it for this session, if that's okay. So it would be useful if I could see.
I'll come on after that, so you can see everything better.
Yeah. So I wondered if any of the speakers are here, and we've got quite a few speakers in this session because I think we've got some a few joint presentations. Yeah, I can see. Well, I can see Carl waving at me, and Anya, is it? Yeah. Of course, I only see a few heads, so there might be other people waving at me that I can't spot. I'm going to have to sort of, I don't know if John and Amy's here, aren't you? Amy, are you my co-chair? I think you are. Great.
Yeah, back to the questions.
Lovely. I don't know how other people have done it. Have we done like a ticking off who we've got?
I'll look at that for you. I'll make sure everybody's here.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, John. That's so helpful.
We're down to 4 presentations instead of 5 now.
Yes, I was aware of that. Had the note to say.
You get your job, Rachel. There's plenty of time. You don't need to be too harsh.
Yeah, I know. Well, I was going to say I know some of the speakers are here already. I will still keep everybody to time because that kind of seems fair. But we do have longer for questions because unfortunately Jens Kruger is not able to present. So I'm just checking. One of the things that I was told to check is make sure I could pronounce everybody's name correctly. And so I have read through the names, and the ones that I am conscious. So I don't know if we have Zefi Kavadia here at all, and if I have said your name correctly. If you are here, I can't see.
Not here yet, no.
Not here yet. Okay, I will check with Zefi when they arrive. I think. Now I know Carl is here. Now Carl, Carl and Anya are both here. I have down that there are 4 of you presenting, which sounds quite a challenge in 8 minutes. Are you all speaking, or?
No, it will be me and Carl on behalf of the whole team. But
on behalf of the team,
when we registered, we didn't know exactly who would present.
Of course.
Name everyone.
That's fine. Well, for the sake of time, although I have been practicing saying Remco van Veenendaal, but I don't need to say it now. But so it's Carl and Anya for that session. That's lovely. Thank you. Yeah, I've sort of been scribbling notes, so I have to read my own terrible handwriting to make sure everything's kind of going okay. I can see why we have a chair and a co-chair and a technical person, because it's quite a lot to kind of. I've been on a session where I was more or less the only person trying to do everything, and it's terrible. So obviously my main job is to introduce all the speakers and to keep to time, which thankfully we've got a bit more of. We're not so tight. But I was told to have to do a countdown. So what I'm going to do is after 7 minutes, I'm going to try and play a comedy noise. Let's see how this works. Can you hear that? Yeah. So I'll make that sound after 7 minutes, but obviously after 8 minutes I will come in and get you to wrap up if you haven't already for any of the speakers. So hopefully you won't find that too alarming. You're expecting that to happen. So what time we're kicking off at? Is it 5:02? I think we're kicking off at, yeah.
Another 5 minutes, yeah.
Another 5 minutes, great. You'd think I'd be used to sort of Zoom presenting by now, but my organisation doesn't use Zoom, so I've done a bit more on the Teams presenting front, and everything's in a slightly different place, so it's all, little bit of a challenge, but
There's no sign of a first speaker yet.
Right. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I am happy to change the order if we think that perhaps will make it a bit more comfortable for them. If our first speaker doesn't show up, then have we got Hannah on the call here? Hannah Bosma? Is Hannah here? And if so, that might mean you're up first. And I hope that isn't going to, kind of throw things too much. But I think that's what we'll do if there's no sign of the speaker. I mean, I've given myself literally a minute to talk in, and I realise the timing isn't so tight, but I was, I'm not going to take up time away from the speakers and away from useful discussion. So I will, they're not here. So hopefully. So I will kick off promptly. I think we've got 3 minutes. Is that right? I will kick off promptly. It's quite nerve-wracking, this. I have chaired sessions before, but actually I don't know if it's not easy to do it in real life, because it just feels like I'm sitting in a spare room chairing not a conference. And I always feel, and because there's so much silence here, because everyone's muted, yeah, I feel I have to fill the silence, so I can just, and I won't carry on talking.
Yeah. Berarti Rononnya kapan?
Right, so we're going to kick off in a couple of minutes. So for anyone who isn't speaking, if they could just make sure they mute their mics, and if you have questions, obviously pop them in the chat box, and we'll field those. We have a little bit, well, we do have some time for questions after each presentation, and then there's a Q&A session at the end, which hopefully we've got a bit more time for. So yeah, thanks, Amy. That's great. So we should have had some music playing at this point. I'm going to suggest that if we do a sort of a meeting like this again, I think we should have a bit of like mood music. I guess for some of you it's late in the evening, if anyone's here in sort of Australia, New Zealand, or that part of the world. Maybe early morning music if you're in the States, or is it the middle of the night? I don't know. Okay. Right, so I think we're nearly ready to start, aren't we? Any sign of our first speaker, John?
I didn't see Zephy and the participants.
No.
I've asked the other people, the other tech leads and other streams, and
let's see if anyone knows what's happened to Zephy.
Keep an eye out in case she joins later.
Yeah, of course, and I'm just gonna right. So we're bang on time to start. So I think if that's okay with everybody, we'll get going. So I'll just introduce myself extremely briefly. My name is Rachel McGregor. I am Digital Preservation Officer at the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. And I'm delighted to be here to chair this session. If I could ask everyone who is not about to speak to mute their mics, and if you've got questions or comments, use the chat box. A reminder, this is a formal and fun, not a conference. I'll be using a comedy noise possibly for timings, so that's my main role, as well as to introduce the speakers. A reminder, it's an inclusive and diverse welcoming environment. I'd invite you to look at the inclusion and diversity policy to see more about that. And bear that in mind in the discussions. This is stream 1, digital preservation in 2021, which is looking forward to what's coming up ahead, like any of us know that, which I don't think we do. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from the speakers on some new and exciting work coming out. And without further ado, let's get my timings involved. So each speaker will have 8 minutes, which I think they already know. And so I'll just get that set up, and I'll just prompt you at the end a minute before. And I'd like to invite the first speaker, who is Hannah Bosma from the University of Amsterdam, up. I realise that's not on the programme. Sorry, I should have mentioned we do have an apology from Jens Kruger, who was not able to make this session, not able to be here, unfortunately. So I'm going to now invite Hannah Bosma, who is second on the bill. Hopefully our first speaker will join us later. Do we have Hannah in the room?
Hello.
You do? Yay! Great, excellent.
Yeah.
Hi. Right, yeah. Hannah, can I hand over to you? Are you wanting to share a screen? Have you got?
Yeah, I want to share my screen if you don't mind.
Okay, so if I think John can make that happen for you.
Hi Hannah, you should be able to do that yourself.
Okay, I'm doing it now. Yeah.
And Rachel, our first speaker is on her way. Oh, there she is now.
Oh, she is. Hi, Zeffie.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, just to say, we've just swapped you around, so you'll be up next.
Okay, good.
Yeah, so just take a breath. Okay, and so without further ado, over to Hannah. Thank you, Hannah.
Hello, everyone. I don't see myself now, but you see me probably, and you see my slides. My talk will be about a new plan for what we call an online intermediate niche community network archive for STIJM. And unfortunately, Dick Rijken is not here. STIJM is a small arts organization and they have serious problems with funding now, so he has to work on that. And that's already interesting in terms of preservation, because the time span of organizations like this in terms of funding is at most 4 years and often less. So that has huge implications for preservation, of course, but we will go on in a positive mood. So I'm doing this as part of my research. It's a postdoc research at the University of Amsterdam on the presentation of preservation of electroacoustic music. And STIJM is one of my case studies. Before I start with STIJM, I want to make a few general observations. The preservation problems with electroacoustic music are huge. And they are not only related to digital vulnerability and technological obsoleteness, but they also relate to the new aesthetics and practices of this music that are experimental, innovative, performative, interdisciplinary, and there are few conventions, standardization, documentation, and there's a lot of improvisation, and ephemerality is also in the aesthetics. So this goes difficult together with protocols and standards, and also different media and different disciplines need to be combined if you really want to preserve this practice. My last remark is about this conference. It's about digital preservation, but in my opinion, and at least in electroacoustic music, the digital is not an isolated entity. A digital heritage is always embedded in a non-digital context. And this music almost always nowadays contains digital elements, but is seldom exclusively born digital. Moreover, in the past, in electroacoustic music, they started very early with digital technology, but in close relation to analog technology, and they are often intertwined. So, back to STIJM. STIJM stands for Studio of Electro-Instrumental Music, and they call themselves a network laboratory for experiments in sound art and electronic live performance. It's based in Amsterdam, and it already exists more than 50 years. Here are a few of the instruments they made: the Crackle box, the Crackle synth. Those are analog electronic instruments that you can touch by hand. And on the left side, you see the hands. Those are digital interfaces for synthesizers and computers that can be played in performance. There are many versions of this instrument, and it really developed, and there was also software developed for this, of course. So what you see already here is that there are many aspects to it. They made an instrument, but they also made music with it, compositions and improvisation. They made software for it. And there's also an aesthetics, a philosophy that they call touch. So here you see that this is not only a STIM thing, but it is also related to other organizations, other institutes, and this is just a simple example, but this is for a lot of things they are doing. So what is STIM now? It's a network laboratory. So they have some staff, a few people, but they have a lot of artists in residency that came there during the last 50 years. Also interns, and they gave advice to artists. And artists developed their own thing. They came there, they took their thing and they took it back home when they left. An important activity of STIM is also the organization of concerts. And one of the things they also did to make it lively is to have changing artistic directors. So there are a lot of people involved in STIM that not really work at STIM all the time, and these are called the Friends of STIM. The pictures you see here are photos of the festival of their 50th birthday, and all old artistic directors came there to make music and to play and to give workshops, etc. So what is the archive then? Well, they have paper documents, they have a lot of audiovisual recordings, a digital archive, they developed a lot of software, they have instruments and objects, but very important is also that there's a lot of knowledge, practices and experience in the hands and the heads and the bodies of people. And moreover, all these friends of STIM also have their own documents, objects and information. And you could say that also in a way belongs to the archive, the virtual archive of STIM. For STIM itself, when you ask them what is your archive, they always say they start with their audiovisual recordings of concerts and also of some presentations. Well, this is not easy listening music. And there's little information with these recordings. So the question is how to make this accessible, how to preserve this, but to understand those recordings and to understand what is happening there, you need much more information. So that way we got the idea of the online intermediate niche community network archive. The idea is that STIM starts with putting online these audiovisual files, but that the friends of STIM from all over the world can add information and digital items, such as photos, video, audio, documents, text, software, etc., etc., and link all these items. We want to make this archive as open and accessible as possible. And for that, we also need to be able to fine-tune the access and the rights of the people who participate. We applied for Mondrian Fonds funding for pilot study. And we would like to focus on 3 aspects: the social organizational, so how to involve these STIM friends, how to keep them going. And
Johnson's baby was baptized Catholic.
What? Sorry?
I've muted them. I think it was just a mistake, Hannah. You can just continue. Sorry about
that. We have also questions about the technical aspect, which system, and the organizational aspect, where to host it. So what I would like to ask you with this presentation is, please contact us if you have experience with such a community network archive. We really like to hear from you. And we have specific questions about the digital system that we might use, like OMKS or MediaWiki or a custom-made graph database by Webtic. So thank you, and please keep in touch.
Thank you very much, Hannah. That was great. And can we have a quick virtual round of applause for Hannah? I'll just do mine there. That was great. Now we have maybe a minute just for any questions that might have come up. I don't know if anyone has any in the chat. I was certainly interested, Hannah, to know, I was reflecting on, I guess, there's probably quite a lot already lost. Would you say that was true? I was thinking about how far back it goes. Obviously, the organisation goes quite far back, but the experimental nature of it, is that meant that you're aware that, you're aware of what you've not got? I don't know, maybe you'd like to reflect on that.
Yeah, for example, Michel Weisvies, the composer I mentioned, he was the director for a long time. And for a long part of his career, he had this philosophy that he didn't want to release CDs or other recordings.
Right.
Because of this philosophy of live presentation and touch and being in the moment. And only at the end of his career, he released some CDs. But there's a kind of double side, because they also made a lot of audiovisual recordings. And not only they themselves, but also, for example, radio stations. So there are recordings everywhere, all over the world. And so this is also a reason to look further than only their own organization. But of course, things are lost. And the most difficult, of course, are the objects, the instruments themselves, because they take space and they're difficult to keep. And also because they're always a very open organization. A lot of people come there. There's not much of control or whatever. So a lot of things were also taken away, I think. When I go with them to look at the object, they say, oh, yeah, oh, no, that's the way. And a lot of people took things to build new things, for example, but also, yeah. But there are still a lot of things, much more than I expected, actually. Mm-hmm. But you have to search, because this idea of what is the archive, this is a very difficult question. People have different ideas of what it is.
Definitely, and we could have a whole session on discussing where those boundaries are and the gatekeeping and all the rest of it. But thank you, Hannah, that was great. And we'll have time for more questions at the end. So if people are kind of thinking through some things. And I see that we do have Zephy finally, which is brilliant. Thank you. Hi, Zephy. I'd like to move on to introduce our next speaker, who is Zephy Cavadia. I hope I've got that pronounced correctly, from the International Institute of Social History. And she's going to talk about capturing social media, and particularly looking at the tools used. This is a subject that I'm sure a lot of people are really interested in. So I don't know if you want to share your screen, Zephy, or
yes.
If you're, yeah,
yes, of course.
That should be enabled to do that. And as I did with the previous speaker, I'll just give you you'll get a little noise at 7 minutes, and then I'll come in at 8.
Great.
So
Thank
hopefully,
you.
yeah, great. Okay, over to you then. Thank you.
Here we are. Oops. Hello, everyone. Today I would like to present to you some of the findings and some of the insights that we have accumulated over the last months in a project that we undertook with the Dutch Digital Heritage Network and the International Institute of Social History, looking into social media archiving tools. First, I would like to give a very brief introduction of the International Institute of Social History. For those who might not know us, we are a research and collecting institute in Amsterdam, the Netherlands, founded in 1935. Conducting scientific research in labor and social history, and also preserving collections in labor and social history. So the goal is twofold: to promote research, but also to preserve heritage and memory. And social media archiving is very new undertaking for ISSH, but very important for the mission of the Institute, which is to document contemporary social movements. And as we know, these are sometimes even primarily these days active on social media. The tools project that we have been working on is being funded by the Digital Heritage Network of the Netherlands. There are different partners. We specifically at ISSH are researching social media archiving tools. We opted to look into free and open source tools only for this particular project. And also we decided that we would only focus on tools for capture, that is tools for preservation, processing, or access were in principle excluded, even though we did look into some of those incidentally during the experimental phase. We have organized some questionnaire sessions that were actually pretty successful, I think, a webinar, and our final report is coming in November 2020. I would also like to give you some details perhaps about the criteria for the tool selection. On the one side, we had some criteria, some more general quality criteria for the tools. That would be some degree of user friendliness for users with an average IT level of skill. So not a very steep learning curve. Reliability in the sense of being able to use the tools in production, given proper maintenance, systematically. Scalability in the sense of being able to use them for smaller and for larger captures in a dependable way. And security in two ways. One would be protecting the capturer themselves. Let's say you have used a Facebook account to log in and capture Facebook. Are these credentials going to be stored in the final output that you get? And also in the tool itself, some kind of access controls for who gets to see what. So different access levels or roles within the tool. And then more specifically into what we were looking for preservation of the visual aspect of social media, the look and feel, information, structured information, password protected content.
Hi, Zephy. Sorry to I think your slides are moving forward. We're still on the first slide.
Oh yeah?
Just to see if that you could.
Do you see them now moving or not?
It's still in slide 1 for myself, sorry.
Oh, okay. Let's try it again.
Sorry about that, I catch you mid-flow.
No, that's actually really good that you said that. Let's do it again. Thank you for letting me know, actually. How about now?
It's still the first slide.
I'm actually sharing the, wait a minute.
We're seeing your desktop view, Zephy, which is fine actually, provided you just click through the slide selector. I think that'll probably be fine.
That's probably better, right?
Great, sorry about that.
No, that's actually really good that you let me know about this. I thought the presentation view of the Google Slides was working, but apparently it's not.
Pause your timing, so don't worry, you've got time.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
good.
You're fine.
That's
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do it manually this time. So can everyone see the criteria slide?
Yeah.
Cool, great. That's awesome. Indeed, the functional criteria we were looking for were capturing look and feel, capturing structured information, password protected content, audiovisual media in terms of capturing it in the context of a page, but also being able to extract video or audio. The more interactive part of social media pages, let's say the hover over graphics or the menus. We were looking for output in an archival format, or at least in a widely accepted and adopted format. And also we were looking at some internal logging and documentation capabilities within the tool. So the tool being able to give us some kind of log or record of exactly what it did. And finally, being able to integrate this in our existing workflows. To do this a little bit easier, we categorize the tools into two categories, which can also be seen as two broad approaches to archiving social media. One of them is the look and feel. So you preserve the pages and you use browsers to crawl and to capture the content. And in the end, you usually get a WARC file, which you can replay and navigate exactly as you would as the front page end user. The familiar picture of social media we all use. And then the other is the more structured data approach, where you connect to the social media API and you make a query and you get data in JSON or CSV or Excel form. You need authentication for your app, which can be difficult with some social media platforms, but it is indeed also a very popular way of getting content. So the comparison for us, in the end, it comes down to what the pros and the cons are. With APIs, we can do a lot of large-scale collecting, and also the end product is very usable with data analytics tools, but it does lack the visual experience of navigating the pages, which sometimes can be as informational as the actual, I don't know, textual structured content. And the platform terms and conditions can very severely limit our ability of what we can actually capture. And on the other hand, we saw that crawling social media and storing it in works can be really easy to replay, even and to be accessible even for people with not a lot of technical skill. But it can be also difficult for large-scale collecting, as the automation of the crawling is not always up to par, let's say. These are some of the tools that we tested. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail into those. I just put them there for reference and for maybe inspiration for anyone looking for that. So this is a selection of what we tested. And I would like to move on to some of the conclusions that we are now coming to as we are rounding up the research. We think, by what we have experienced by using these tools, the platforms can be said to actively resist archiving. I mean, maybe that's a given for people that have tried it in the past, but I think it's worth mentioning again. APIs are quite restricted in the access that they offer. They do not offer a lot of accommodations to researchers and to people interested in information management and preservation. Twitter does for some, up to an extent, but maybe not to an extent that we would want. And they are very tightly controlling how the data is disseminated. They also constantly changing their front end and the back end, making it really difficult to keep the tools functional. So the tools, the open source tool especially, struggle a lot. And now more specifically into the criteria, the more functional criteria, scheduling of captures is not something that was supported in most of the tools. I think
I could just get you to start wrapping up now, Zephy, if that's okay. Yeah, no,
great.
that's fine. Yeah.
And we did not see a lot of documentation features. And then we also had some issues with trying to capture non-Latin scripts, specifically Arabic, for example. So that was also interesting for us. And I would like to conclude with some considerations for those also in the same position as we are. These are some more like general things to keep in mind that we believe would make the process easier for starting to use social media archiving tools and building social media archiving program. Organizational readiness is very important, I would say, and prioritization, planning, because you have to know why you're doing it in order to choose the right tool. Document everything, because the tools themselves will not do that for you most of the times. Try to be inclusive in the sense of, for example, non-Latin content. Flexible, you will need to learn more than one tool. You will need to learn things you probably are not familiar with if you're not very technical. That means you have to invest in people and in skills building in the long term, and also to maintain relationships with the people creating the social media you want to capture a lot of the times, because a lot of the times you will not be able to capture it without their help and without some kind of access gatekeeping, let's say, from their part. These are our conclusions, and thank you very much for listening, and hopefully we can also provide you with some more interesting insights in November.
Thank you very much, Zephy. There was a lot in that, really interesting.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I'm sure I've certainly got questions, but I think we have one in the chat box. I don't know if Sarah Thompson's asked a question. I don't know, Sarah, if you're on the call and you want to ask it in person, but if you don't, I don't mind reading it out.
Yeah, no. Sorry, not used to speaking to people. Yeah, I just wanted to ask if you're publishing this case study, this project anywhere else, Zephy. It's super useful, I think, in making the case, especially if you can point to other work for what tools work better for which types of content would be really useful.
We will be publishing the report in the Netherlands to be circulated among Dutch cultural heritage institutions, of course.
Right.
But
so I should learn Dutch.
No, it will be in English because I don't speak that much of Dutch yet. So I cannot write it in Dutch at the moment.
Okay.
So it will be in English, and it will be hopefully also disseminated internationally.
Excellent.
So I think, yeah, if for people interested, I think it can be useful, because we are going to, it's going to include some, let's say, reviewing also of tools and some comparisons and some use cases of how we experimented with them. So I think it's going to be pretty useful.
Yeah,
definitely.
Super useful. Thank you very much, Zephy.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Right, that was great. Could spend a long time on that, but we have to move on. So I know we have Anya and Carl here, so I'll move straight on to introducing our next speakers, who are Anya Melender and Carl Wilson, speaking on behalf of the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, and they're going to be talking about a virtual research environment with preservation tools. So I don't know if who's going next.
I'll start.
Oh, great. Brilliant. Yep, and you know the score. You'll get a funny noise after 7 minutes. So I will disappear and reappear then. So over to you, Anya. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. So good to be here. Oh, wait. Can you see my slides? Okay.
Yep.
And they were moving, right?
Yep, they were moving.
Great. My name is Anya Melender, and I'm a project leader of Preservation Tools research project at the Dutch Digital Heritage Network. And within the research, we're focusing mostly on pre-ingest and ingest tools. And today with Carl Wilson from Open Preservation Foundation, I will show you a project that we've been developing for the last few months. And it's the virtual research environment with preservation tools, which is essentially a plug and play virtual machine with a number of pre-ingest tools already pre-installed. I'll tell you briefly about the background of the project, and Carl will follow up to explain the more technical aspects and give you a brief preview of the virtual research environment. So the project is a collaboration between Dutch Digital Heritage Network and Open Preservation Foundation. We started it in March this year, and we scheduled it among 5 sprints. We are now towards the end of sprint 4. So you can expect project results over the coming months. And what we have right now is a working prototype, which has gone through the first round of internal tests and improvements. We've also added some tools in the last few weeks. Yeah, we're looking forward to finish definitely before the end of this year. And just a few words on the reason why we started working on this project. It started off with the member and community member surveys that were conducted by both organizations separately, but turned up some similar results. And what was interesting is that they both showed growing interest and growing use of open source preservation tools. And what we could see in the change of among the members of OPF was that all of the members were in 2019 using at least some sort of open source tooling. And among the community of the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, what was extremely interesting is that currently the open source tools that are being used amount to 24%, but those that are currently being tested and expected to be implemented in the near future come as high as 68%, which we thought was remarkable. And what was also important to us that, especially in the Netherlands, there were a lot of users who are just at the beginning of the journey of setting up their pre-ingest and ingest processes and starting to work with these tools. So it was very important for us to facilitate a tool that was accessible for those users. And this was one of our most important criterion to provide an easy way for organizations that just start to use such tools, so that they didn't have to go through the process of installing them before they could experiment with them. And this, as some of you may know, can be complicated either due to the particular IT setup within organizations, or just because simply some of those tools are quite complex to install for first-time users. And this was also one of the reasons why we decided to select the tools that have a graphical user interface. However, we are still debating whether we should also include some of the command line tools. So the first batch of tools that we have pre-installed, as we started with 4 tools, and that was Apache Tika, Vera PDF, Droid, and Jove, and now also Handbrake and Media Info were added. And I'll just briefly mention the criteria based on which we chose them. And they also derived from a long list that we received from the community survey. And based on the weighing and the criteria listed here, we arrived to the short list. So it was, of course, very important that they were open source, that they were popular tools with high demand, easy to use with good documentation, and that there were also tools that continue to be developed. We favored tools that were easy to automate so that the updates could be easily facilitated. We favored tools that were suitable for the environment that we chose to work with. And lastly, we wanted to create a stable environment, so tools with very complex dependencies were not selected for implementation. And now I'll hand it off to Carl, who's going to tell you more about the technical aspects.
Hi, could someone pass me the screen sharing, please? Perfect, thank you. Do you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I sense we're fairly short on time, so I won't dwell too long. My name's Carl Wilson. I'm the technical lead at the Open Preservation Foundation, and yeah, I've been doing most of the implementation work for the project. Just a little bit about the supporting technology choices. For the virtualization platform, I used something called Vagrant for automating the virtualization. That just allowed me to create boxes, etc., and manage the box creation straightforwardly. VirtualBox as my base virtualization platform of choice, and those are both chosen because they're basically cross-platform, so anyone can produce the environments. You don't need either any of these tools to actually run the environment necessarily, but you will need some kind of hypervisor and virtualization environment. But these were just chosen to allow anybody to actually create a version of the machine if they so wanted to. And then the final machine is actually exported as an OVA machine, and it should work in other hypervisors. We haven't tested that yet. The question I get asked a lot is why not Docker? And the simple reason was because we needed the GUIs. The whole idea was to provide a virtual research environment that allowed people GUI access, and Docker was Docker doesn't support GUIs as well. I have some ideas for Docker going forward, but this isn't the right platform. And then finally, the automating the actual production of the provisioning, which is automating the production of the environment. I chose to use a tool called Ansible. It's fairly straightforward and simple. It uses configuration files and automates the production of virtual machines. I'll have a little bit more to say about that on the next slide. And then GitHub to manage the Ansible configuration files, the documentation, and the development and testing process. Finally, we chose Debian as the base operating system, mainly because of its reputation for stability. It does make it hasn't got as rich package systems as others, so it does mean we have to install some tools by hand, but the stability is good. It's currently Debian Stretch. We will look to move to Buster in the last part of the project, but we wanted something that was established and stable. Quick look at Ansible, because this is what should make replication of the machine by other people and maintenance by other folk easy. It's a provisioning system similar to Chef Puppet, used to provision machines to a template, so automate the creation of virtual machines. It's probably the simplest of them, and the upshot is we have a bunch of playbooks and some configuration files on GitHub, but it should mean that to upgrade a machine, a piece of software, you should only need to change one version number in a configuration file and reproduce the environment. It will be trickier than that if one or two things change with the tools, but yeah, that can be dealt with. It does simplify it. I won't say too much because I do sense we're short on time. But this can be played out to any machine running the suitable operating environment via SSH, be that virtual or physical. So you could use this to actually provision a physical machine. I'm not going to try to do a demo because we're too short on time. I won't go over this tool selection criteria because that's a shared slide with Anya. It looks a little like this. It's a standard Debian environment, but we've created a desktop which has a bunch of icons. You can start the GUIs for these tools. They're also configured in such a way that there's a toolbox with settings as well and other help that's available from the toolbar. So when you press the command key, you should get some help. And finally, they're all placed in such a way that you can actually search for the tools as well and run them easily. Finally, we do have some to-dos because we're not finished yet. Documentation of the environment maintenance is still to do. The tool help that's packaged comes with it, but we could do with packaging some of the websites for tools, etc., with the environment. Optimizing the virtual environment because it's just a bit big at the moment and there's some work we can do there. And then an external documentation site, probably on GitHub Pages. And I suspect I'm still in time and I'll hand back now.
If you could just wrap up now, that'd be great. Thank you.
I believe that's it. So just over to Anya to wrap up now.
Lovely.
Yeah, I thought that you were going to wrap up, so I think we are there.
That was great. Well, thank you both very much. And again, there's a lot in there, obviously, to unpack, a lot from a technical point of view. I don't know if I can't see any questions yet in the comments comments field. I had a question. I don't know, this is perhaps too early in the project to say, but have you presumably done some user testing? Have you had feedback on how people are finding this? Because I'm guessing this is aimed for somebody like myself who is struggles a bit sometimes with the range of tools out there, and you're packaging this up to deliver to someone so they can get going on the tools. So have you had feedback from researchers or users on how they're finding it so far?
We haven't done any external testing yet. We've done a first round just among our group of researchers that are close to the Dutch Digital Heritage Network, just to see whether everything works as intended. But yeah, we are keen on sharing the tool and receiving feedback from others as well.
Yeah.
We're on the verge of a wider release now. I think we're just in the final round of testing, and the next round, which will be over within the next 3 or 4 weeks, but the next round will be more public.
Great. Well, really looking forward to that. It looks to be a really useful tool to help get people moving, which is kind of what we're all about, encouraging people, a wider audience of people take part in digital preservation. So thank you very much for that. Right, so because we're still, I think we're still on track, hopefully. So I'd like to pass over then to our final speakers. So hopefully on the call we have Camille Tindall-Watson and Cal Lee. Camille Tindall-Watson from North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, Cal Lee from University of North Carolina, who are talking about supporting email curation with natural language processing and machine learning, which is a really interesting topic. So great, fantastic. So we have them there, and the usual rules apply. You'll hear the little noise at 7 minutes, and then if you could be wrapping up at 8 minutes, that'd be fantastic. So without further ado, over to you. Thank you.
Sounds terrific. Well, thank you very much. Good whatever time of the day it is to everyone. So we're going to talk a little bit about this project called RATOM, which is a partnership between the School of Information and Library Science at the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill in the US, and the State Archives of North Carolina, which is in Raleigh. So we're in Chapel Hill, they're in Raleigh, not too far from us, as part of the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. So the name of this project is RATOM. So RATOM stands for Review, Appraisal, and Triage of Mail. But it also quite conveniently kind of sounds like Ray Tomlinson. So it's a little bit of an attribution to one of the pioneers of, so we can either bless him or curse him depending on our attitudes toward email. But this is a project funded by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation. It's a 2-year project, and we're in year 2. And it's developing software for selection and appraisal of email using natural language processing. We're moving in the phase of the project more toward machine learning, which we're not going to be talking about too much in this presentation, but we're happy to discuss with others down the road or after the presentation. The idea is to support iterative processing. By that, we mean that with digital materials in particular, if you're engaged in appraisal, meaning, the kind of the archival practice of determining what should be retained over time, it tends to be an iterative process because as you run processes, you learn more about and can better characterize what the content is. So the idea is we want to have tools that allow people to basically find out more and more about what's in the collection so that they can start making determinations of what should be retained and also what might be sensitive and need further review or redaction. Also things like mapping timestamps, entity, and by that we mean named entity recognition from natural language processing tools, sensitive features, meaning things that might be in need of restriction or further review, and other elements across various tools, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. It also extends workflows and activities that were part of 2 sets of projects, one being BitCurator, which was based out of the University of North Carolina, and Tomes, which was a project headed by the State Archives. So that makes our partnership very nice. These are the team members. So you're hearing from me right now. Again, I'm in Chapel Hill, North Carolina in the US, and Camille Tindall-Watson will be speaking next. She's at the co-PI on the project and at the State Archives. We also have a terrific team of other people, including Antoine de Torse, who's a software engineer, Jamie Patrick Burns, and Sangeeta Desai at the State Archives, and also Alicia Kinder, who's the project manager and a doctoral student at UNC Sills. That's the School of Information and Library Science. And then finally also Cam Woods, who's the technical lead and has been working with me for a number of years at the University of North Carolina. And we've been working with a company called Cactus Group, which is in Durham, also very close to us in North Carolina. We have what's called the Triangle, which is Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill. They have been doing work on the graphic user interface that Camille's going to be talking a little bit more about. So this is the final segment that I'm going to talk about before I hand over to Camille, and it's to point out a set of tools in this LibRayTom library that we have developed and adapted in order to do basic processing and characterization of email content. So using a fairly powerful set of tools called libpff that allows you to pull information out of PST or OST files. So those are the types of files left behind by all of these Microsoft email environments that so many people use. Some other Python software, also Spacey, which is a natural language processing tool. So the idea is that we process the email in a basic way. It pulls the information out of the headers and the sort of the content, identifies attachments and things like that. Runs Spacey, which is for named entity recognition, identifying things like names of people, places, organizations. And then writes all of these results out into a very simple relational database structure. So just an SQLite database, which then allows the products of these tools to be relatively easy to reuse and pick up by other tools, right? So we haven't designed any of this environment to be a place that you have to constantly revisit necessarily. In your tool chain, you can run these tasks as appropriate, and now you've got the information in a very easily kind of queryable, reusable format in the SQLite database. So as I hand over to Camille, she's going to talk a little bit more about the web interface that Cactus has developed in partnership with us, and that the State Archives in North Carolina has been doing experimentation with. So I'll go ahead and stop sharing my screen and allow her to do the same.
Right. Let's see. Cal, for some reason, Zoom is not wanting to let me share my screen. Would you mind sharing?
Okay, I will. Yep. Sorry, I'll bring it back up, and then you can just tell me when to click. So sorry, let me bring it back up.
I also apologize for everybody getting to hear my daughter screaming downstairs.
Okay, so sorry. Go ahead and just shout at me, Camille, when I need to advance.
All right, yeah, if you could go ahead and advance.
Okay.
That first slide. So good morning or afternoon or evening, everyone. So I wanted to walk a little bit through our iterative processing interface that we've been working with Cactus in Durham. As a way of doing iterative processing, we specifically were working with them thinking about records requests, since we hold public records in our archive. So as you can see, this is the home screen you would kind of see if you pulled up the email account itself. So basically this tool imports email accounts from PST and runs some of the tools that Cal was talking about from LibRayTom to do entity identification. It'll allow you to create processing accounts associated with individual email users. You can associate more than one PST with that email user. What we found is that a lot of times when we're exporting email accounts, they're so large that they export as multiple PSTs when they're coming out of the system the state uses, which is Office 365. It allows for interactive review and tagging of the email messages within those accounts. So we can say if something's a record, if it's a non-record, if it needs redaction, if it needs to be restricted. And it also allows you to export selected messages as EML for retention or release. If you're interested in taking a look at the code, it's available at our GitHub, which is at the State Archives GitHub. If you could go to the next slide, please, Cal.
Oh, yep.
So here's the accounts view. This is what you would see when you are uploading your email accounts or your PSTs. So it's displayed here in this main interface. Account processing, which is the little green indicator there that you'll see by each name, indicates when the upload is complete for all entity identification or full text indexing. It also tells you can see the name of the person, the inclusive dates of the account, how many messages there are, how many PSTs are associated with that account, and how many are unprocessed rather, in the account and when it was last modified. So then you would click, if you wanted to open up one, those three little dots at the side, and next you would go to your individual account. So selecting an account displays an infinite scroll view of individual messages associated with that account. Green tags indicate entity classes that are identified during processing. There are also blue tags that can be associated with any given message. Those are user-created tags. So for example, if we needed to tag something as being attorney-client privilege, that would show up as a blue tag because that would be something that we created internally. There's also a status dropdown that allows messages to be marked for retention or redaction. This also appears in an individual message view. Currently, it defaults to open, but that's a bug that we're working on with Cactus currently. There might be some additions there. So once you click on an individual message, messages are tagged during ingest used with categories associated with entities identified within the body of text. So you can see here in this message, we have person, cardinal, organization, law, etc. This research data set contains prior annotations resulting in over-tagging. So sometimes it's not as useful, but with the user-generated tags, that can be narrowed down a bit. There's also on the account view tagging and search, so you can select by classification, so record or non-record, date, range, email addresses, any of the filters that we have available, you can kind of winnow down so you can, that'll help with a search for records retention, or just if you're only releasing things that have been marked as open, you can filter that way, filter by processed or unprocessed, etc. Next slide.
Could I get you to start wrapping up now, please?
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
Yeah. No, that's fine.
This is
okay.
right near the end here. Thank you.
Brilliant.
There's also an audit history that's in the background, just to see, so you can see who made changes and what changes they made for security and chain of custody reasons. And this is all the information, all of our links for how you can get to information about the Raytom project, including our code library and our web app. And that's Raytom in a very fast nutshell.
That was great. Thank you very much. And well, actually, can we have a round of applause for all our speakers, please? As we've heard from everyone here. Yeah. Yes. Very. Oh, nice. Yes. Very good. Very good. There's a few minutes for questions. I can see in the chat everyone is starting to discuss drinks now. Don't know what time it is in the world for some of you. Possibly a little bit early to be starting on the conference wine, but we've got a bit of time for questions before that. So we had a question, I think, for. Regarding this presentation, which was from Hannah Bosma, who asked about how does it deal with email attachments. So that's for Camille and Cal.
So just one quick answer to that is that essentially the tools that we've just talked about can work with attachments throughout the tool chain. Essentially, you can extract the content, you could run natural language processing against them and everything. The default is essentially just to deal with the content of the email itself, because once you start to look at the numbers, there's often essentially kind of an order of magnitude more content for the attachments than the content itself. So essentially, they're kind of two answers. The capabilities are there for the email attachments, but the default behavior that we have built in to the software is based on solely the content of the messages themselves, just because then with that iterative processing, it can happen much more quickly, because obviously processing of the attachments can be a bit more laborious. But,
yeah, and within the user interface, it doesn't display the actual email attachment. However, it will at least tell you the name of the file that's attached. So you at least know, if it's a useful file name. If it's image 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's not very helpful. But if it's a well-named file, it'll at least give you an idea of what that attachment is. But we just didn't have the time to work on displaying that full attachment in this round of development.
And probably for this audience, it doesn't require saying, but I'll say it anyway, is that obviously the format of the attachments is going to be an issue depending on what sort of email collection you're looking at, right? So obviously we don't have a magic wand that helps you deal with any possible format. So, but I'm sure that's pretty obvious to everybody. Hard formats are always going to be hard formats.
Thank you. And we had a question actually for a previous speaker. So I don't know if Carl is still around. I hope he is, because I got a question that came in actually by email to me, which was, I did put it in here somewhere, which just asked about are you publishing the boxes on the Vagrant platform? I'm going to pretend I know what that question means. That's why I'm hoping Carl's on the call.
I am on the call. Yeah,
You are.
currently we're not publishing them on the Vagrant platform, but I do intend to do just that. We've used the OVA image for testing, but actually making a Vagrant box from it and hosting that in the same place is not a problem at all. I'm not going to pay to host it on Vagrant Cloud, but I will provide the storage elsewhere and a link on Vagrant Cloud, I think.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Carl, for answering that. We had a more general question, which I think was from William. Actually, William, I'm sure you're there, and I'm sure you can ask your own question.
I will do. Listen, I know this is outside of the scope of RATOM, sorry, and I don't mean to put Carl and Camille unfairly on the spot, so I'm going to ask this of everyone in the room, really, but I might invite Carl and Camille to think first for us. Email preservation. Okay, there was a major fire in a tower block in London about 4 years ago where, you know, dozens of people were killed, hundreds just short of, and there's a public inquiry ongoing. It's called Grenfell Tower, and it's a really catastrophic incident. The public inquiry is now ongoing, and just last week it got to the engineer whose job it was to fabricate the components of the facade of the building. And much to the QC's surprise, much to the prosecuting attorney's surprise, all of the emails in relation to his work have been deleted. It seems to me that the components of a facade of a building, a tower block, where the compartmentalization of the building is key to its fire suppression, those emails are going to be very important. So as a default, people have asked me now, because it's kind of my profile in a way, quite a few journalists have come to me to say, what do you do when email's been deleted? What do you do when email's been deleted? And apologies therefore for putting you on the spot. Obviously this is out of scope for RATOM, but maybe there's experience you have, or maybe there's experience in this room which I could point people to, you know, examples of how there could be good practice to recover from a situation like that.
I mean, and I will say in just general terms, Camille might be able to speak a little bit more about what they're doing at the State Archives, is I would just point out that it depends a great deal on how the deletion was carried out, right? So, because obviously if it's on a disk and you're talking about a file that's in unallocated space, you know, there are kind of forensics tools that can be used for that. If it's sitting in a PST file and it's simply in the deleted messages folder, that's probably pretty straightforward, right? If it's on the server and you're dealing with trying to pull it off in that environment, you know, that doesn't get to any of the procedural issues, but I do think that, you know, the technology is going to differ depending on what the deletion was, right? Essentially what place in the platform. Conveniently, there are a number of tools, all open source, that can help you with each of those scenarios. But I don't know if Camille had thoughts about what they're doing at the State Archives, but or anyone else on the call, obviously.
Yeah, unfortunately with the State Archives, you know, because we don't manage email until like when it's an active record. We only get it when it's no longer active and the person has separated from employment. So most of our ways of dealing with that are all policy based, with how we're dealing with our Department of Information Technology, who kind of is the steward of email and the email servers until it comes to us. In that right now, everything in the state of North Carolina is on legal hold, which is super not efficient. And we're trying to move towards policy that doesn't allow that. And it's just archival people who are creating archival records who are on legal hold, and everybody else will be deleted, which is also not super efficient, but what we have right now. So unfortunately, I don't know of any ways of recovering things that have been deleted, because right now, if somebody deletes something, it's still on legal hold in their archive, and we pull everything when we pull into our archive. But that's not really a technical solution so much as a policy one.
It does occur to me that I'm asking a quite an extreme case, and of course, like all extreme cases, it's difficult to know the precedent. Also occurs to me that, you know, undeleting materials is ethically dubious for a lot of organizations, a lot of contexts that you might not, you might have the ability to do it, but you wouldn't do it. But I think this does qualify as an extreme case, and it does qualify probably as in a case where an investigating, solicitor or investigating authority might actually be in a position to do that. But I take the point. It's not a disaster. It's not necessarily that it's entirely lost. It depends on the type of deletion.
And aside from the technical issues, I can obviously only speak from the US perspective. From a legal point of view, is that, as you say, William, obviously it depends kind of on whether you feel like you have the authority to undelete something. And I think, at least in US case law, we kind of have this set of tiers where the level of accessibility, there's this set of cases, Zubalaki case that was a number of years ago. And so the idea is, if you have to go all the way back to a backup tape and recover it or something, right, then the threshold has to be higher. And so I think there's a similar thing going on here, right? If it's simply sitting in the deleted messages folder along with every other folder, that's probably different from the notion that you would have to go and carve it out using forensic tools to pull it off of a drive or something, right? I think the presumption that somebody intentionally got rid of it versus, it's still part of an active record set is probably part of that consideration as well.
I think that Neil Jeffries has his hand up.
Yep.
If you're there, Neil, yeah, do you want to
Can
jump
you hear
in?
me? Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say there are a number of companies that do data recovery from trash media, and they will be generally where you'd go to get forensic recovery if you need to get fragments of files back off a disk, because they can do very low-level scanning if they need to. Companies like OnTrack, and a few years back I developed some tools for another one which is now merged and gone elsewhere. But if worse comes to worse, they can actually dismantle the hard drive and scan the surface to get stuff out of it, depending what's been done. So there are levels of technology you can apply depending on how much criminal stuff is at stake. As I tweeted, though, I said the problem with criminal forensics is they tend to concentrate on the high value cases like financial fraud, and that's all modern technology. So they actually, within the police forces and the investigatory forces, they tend to have fairly modern skills and not ancient system skills, which tend to stay with the specialist companies.
Right, I think we've just got a couple of minutes left before the end of the session, so we should think at least about wrapping up. I don't know if anyone has a quick last final point or a burning question that can't wait. I think hopefully everyone is, that's been a fascinating session, and to be honest, I've got a lot of questions myself and a lot that I want to find out about all the projects I've heard about. So can we just ask for a final big round of applause again for all the speakers and for our co-chair and technical support there, who I have relied on greatly. Thank you all. And so I'd like to invite everybody now. I think it should now be open, should it? The social event, which is kind of the sort of end of the conference, non-conference day, opening up. And I'm hoping, if I don't see you all there, we're starting again tomorrow at I don't know what time. Is someone on the call here got the timings to hand? In the afternoon for me, in the morning for others. I'll be chairing a session there and I'll be in and out, so that'll be great. So I'd like to invite you all over to the social event now and hopefully see you all there or later in the proceedings. Yeah, I'll just pop that link there. Okay, so I don't know, I can guess I'm leaving my technical, oh, it is in this stream.
We're here, this is it.
Oh, this is it. Brilliant. You don't have to go anywhere. And there's me. Oh, well, that's good, because I managed to. I'm not going to say whose talk I snuck out in to get my hat, but I did sneak out so that it's only next door to the room next door. I left it on microphone.